pretend we're trying to. So I'm gonna go, how do we go in there?
Yeah, maybe
Let's do
maximize
that.
that.
And then
Then you share your screen
I want to share my screen.
and pick out whatever presentation you have open, or
Should I open them all up first?
yeah, you might want to open them all up first, since you have them all there.
Let's do that.
What you can do is you can just hit share your like entire desktop. So no matter how many times you switch between presentations, your entire screen will be shared.
I am
Might be easier.
semi-literate. Just to be clear. Presentations.
Hey, how you
Good, how are you?
See you.
Hey, Lee, how are you?
Good, how you
I saw
doing?
your website, and whether you can do Zoom or show up.
Yeah, they said I could show up, so figured I'd make the trek out.
Excellent. Excellent.
On this chair?
Okay, so that's one of the presentations that's up.
Mhm.
Get
So
past
how do
me.
I, when the time comes, do I have to,
Okay.
and then
Like,
I am Debbie.
there's two presentations.
I'm Andrew.
What did I do to,
So I would suggest you just share your entire screen, so you don't have to like stop sharing and then start sharing again. So that your entire screen is being shared.
so
at one
these, are
time.
these presentations? Hey, how are you? Is Sam here?
Yep.
Okay, good. All right. I'm trying to get the tech figured out first. So should I use this through PowerPoint? Because these are just PDFs.
You can,
Does it
whatever you
matter?
feel most comfortable with.
Are you speaking or
No,
Whichever one's easier.
serving,
gain knowledge?
yeah.
Me too.
Well, I guess
You must be as much. 9 years.
well, I heard that over there.
Who was supposed
I
to?
heard that little shot.
And you look familiar.
Yes, we
With
was.
the mask.
Seeing each other at the forum. Here we go.
There.
Yep. Good to see you again.
Good to see you.
Um,
Nicole put a kibosh on
I
Honest.
a lot of that.
sure did.
uh, There we go. There's my presentation. When I share the screen, what am I sharing?
You can just hit share right now and it'll share. Yeah. You can minimize this, so it doesn't block your presentation.
Great question.
It's like that.
And
This thing could be
that window too.
minimized or just.
Yeah, best to minimize.
So
it.
do you-
I don't wanna Accidentally
We're here.
stop Zoom.
Retired.
Okay, it's not really minimizing.
I've never looked this much when I.
You try Xing out. If it logs out of the Zoom meeting, we'll just log right back in.
When my sister's husband died, let them look.
Okay.
How's that? And then when I want to stop sharing, and I might just leave this up just as
Getting her up here, yeah, I should.
else, video.
The video,
How do we do the video?
you can go ahead and test it out and see.
See,
If it doesn't share audio, we'll just go.
am I
for
sharing the screen?
Not right now, you're not.
What am I gonna do?
So so you can pull up the video first,
Okay.
wherever it is.
It's on YouTube or what's the best format? Is just pull it out of
Yeah,
YouTube?
yeah.
Well. Half, the other half is. So there's. Two other enrolled Senecas. Work with the sheriff's office, not one of them is SRO and one. Pretty well connected to territory and.
My library.
Over your release.
You know the title of the video or?
Well, it's not even pulling up. It's like it's stuck.
We're in Arkansas.
Eureka Springs.
The next Wi-Fi, so that shouldn't be a problem.
I'm in Red Rover.
Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem.
Little Rock 2 years ago.
Oh, yeah, I haven't.
So it's not one of those over there?
No. This is just
Life insurance.
my library.
You know, I never knew. Up here at the nursing home. So I really didn't get to see much of it, and I didn't get to see an armadillo.
That's me.
All I saw was dead ones on the road.
There we go.
I think, yeah, that kind of freaked me out. See, I had a train.
Here we go. I want to show that one. Turn it on.
Yeah, just go ahead and did you click it? Just pause it.
On Thursday, July 9th, 1992.
Oh, yeah, we're just gonna
Oh,
test
okay.
and see if the shares.
It's not stopping.
It's not stopping?
Hey, Drew, how's it going? I'm Lee.
Lee.
Right. Yeah, I saw your name on the law enforcement commission,
Okay,
so
okay.
It's not.
I worked with them,
Understand.
like putting together the SOPs and
Yeah,
everything like
yeah,
that. So,
okay, okay.
Working on the law enforcement.
Not-
Okay, so that's what I know it is.
Yeah,
I don't think I've met you.
Yeah, never come to the meetings.
Summer one was extremely big for me and I did miss.
No.
Like in the beginning, I was.
Internet, so-
I've only been to.
Well, I was really tied into it at the beginning, but towards the end, that's pretty busy. I was out of town for,
So,
so hopefully I can start incorporating that again.
Is there an enrolled sheriff,
Zachary
It's right down in the.
Patricia.
Patricia?
So he works Salamanca PD.
Okay, I was wondering, oh, that's okay, so you sound like. Cause he reached out.
I want to show that.
I'm gonna do that.
So now you go back
Might want to Be eligible to join the law enforcement.
Very possible.
Seneca.
share screen.
Very fun. Yeah, he's going to Salamanca. 4 or 5 years.
Go ahead and
Oh, yeah. Quite a while.
click on video and button. But yeah,
Stop share.
Oh, nice to meet you. Look forward
So
to.
you're.
Sure.
stop share.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, okay. Technically, I live in the city of Haudenosaunee right now.
Yeah, so
So I've only been.
if we do that, I don't know.
And then. Build a house and move back,
Where'd you grow up?
Cattaraugus,
Okay.
yeah,
Okay. Oh, there.
36. Yeah.
Big short, Wanda.
I went to Southern
That I hate.
and then that didn't work out, so got my GED. Just kind of bounced around.
You know, so there's
Password.
my son. Well, he beat it.
Here we go. So when I want to run this,
All that happened.
1992, a New York State appeals court ruled unanimously in the case of Attia Brothers versus the New York State Department of Taxation and Finance that the state could tax goods sold to non
It was a long run. Took a lot longer than it should
Yeah.
have, but.
on the Seneca Nation reservations in western New York. The decision sparked 8 days of unrest and ignited a
End result.
I think that's one of the things Michael was talking about where we might just have to plug in like a random head.
27 years long for it.
It's one of those like unavoidable things.
So the one
Would that work? Just plug it in
possibility that I'm in the video.
after?
Really?
Without any, like with HDMI?
Yeah, just plug one in, right? Anything, right?
Out on 80.
See what it does. If it's not like it to go into it, right?
But Michael, he just,
I knew it was an 8. I just couldn't remember which one it was.
86 and 90.
Oh, okay.
do you want me to go in
Yeah.
and get headphones?
I
Be right back.
Headphones if you need it.
Yeah.
headphone,
They have a cord.
okay, headphones with the cord.
You
Yeah, that's-
presented today, right?
Oh. My experiences.
Nice too.
Yeah, prepared.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
I'll-
Nice to meet
I'll
you.
be
We're-
talking.
Yeah, we're gonna get the referendum going.
Really, but without your headphones.
Meeting,
Okay, so that's,
so.
Because I think we need.
I'm just on pause to see that.
substantial grassroots reaction.
And now you only have the,
I didn't even know that, Abby. Good job.
Yeah.
how do I control the sound in the room?
the sound over?
Probably get it, because not.
I think I might know what's going on.
Gotta catch
A lot
up.
of steps there.
Yeah, that's.
We're gonna How fast they want to take it, but, I think that's a positive.
If I go back,
Get back up there.
Student carry. Yeah.
do this manually.
Okay, yeah.
Stop. So I should go out of my screen,
Mhm.
stop share, and then go back to, I want to share presentation,
How's it going being in council?
Click on that, share.
Oh, is it? It's great.
share.
It's good. And it's a lot of work. It's gonna be a lot of work.
How's
You
that?
guys have different portfolios or just everybody?
All right, so who do I call when there's an
You
emergency?
can call this phone number and we'll be right down.
Okay, all right, thanks for your help. Appreciate you. All right, I think I got it. Hey.
Hey.
Made it. That's right, we met.
Hey, hello, how are you?
Hey, everybody. What's going on?
Kerry Garo, Chief Judge, St. Regis. Sam George, Chief of Cayuga.
See ya.
Oh, good. to see
Counselor,
you.
how are you?
Yes, I'm well, thank you.
Very good.
I had this to wrap the treaty and I don't want to use it anyway.
Yeah, I just asked, I saw
What do
the,
you need to
the
do?
email come through, so I was like, can I go to that? And he was like, sure. And I was like, well, I'd like to attend in person, but I can do virtual too. And I was like, sure.
You
And
can open.
so I don't know if he asked what, but then he was like, oh, they said you could go
Okay, so
for.
that's what I'm asking.
I'm not sure
So
where.
like
Hey,
everybody,
Counselor.
everybody in charge. So there's just gotta go ask.
And I talked to Shannon this
So we
morning,
gotta,
and he said,
He could have given me information to do it. No, but.
but I don't know what the time that was gonna be. Confirmation, but we'll figure it out. Okay? Because I know that he has been in the past, but today the president is meeting with all of the nation's, leaders at the Interior Department. And so I don't know who the delegate was for the Confederacy or from the delegate. Anyway. Relax, we're gonna get started. Our general approach is to start on time at 1:30 because we do have dozens of people who signed in online. And then this period of the next 45 minutes was marketed as kind of a registration, getting settled, get your snacks, and then we'll be good with the program.
Where's the setup? We just set out in here, wherever.
Wherever you want to sit, nothing too formal, unless you want something more formal. But some students will get here eventually. People will start throwing in.
All right.
So whatever you need. Sorry. We need extra room for the buggies.
yeah, you can pull mine up if it's in the way.
I'll probably walk in.
Might sit on it.
With your presentation, will be the best way for you to set up.
Is that a little way?
They're underneath.
Yeah, there's one here, sir.
Oh, you got it.
You got-
Thanks. And you are?
I am Andrew Hasler. I'm Rob's younger brother. Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm Mike Maloney.
Michael.
I'm on the communication team with JC. I've been with him known him for, like 8 to 10 years, and then helped him 6 years ago when he wanted to run for president.
We got it. He's old.
Then
Gonna have another east.
called me when he
Yeah.
Okay. I just did one, I guess.
came together with him.
I'm still on the fence.
So we're, Haudenosaunee.
Oh, that was a.
Sound like it. We grew up in,
I don't know.
down.
No, I don't ask questions.
Couple of years.
I finally got the document, so that would help.
I became a cop. Everyone's gonna share something.
Just trying to say.
Well, first being tried.
The irony on the ride here, I don't have my badge. I'm half cop. I grew up in Kenmore and we had a police chief that was like right out of,
I'm gonna suggest.
casted right out of casting school. And so our family owns a dry cleaners in Kenmore, Poland Cleaners. And I thought that was gonna be my business and get into sports writing when I was in high school, 1970. But now I'm a senior and I accepted in journalism school. rehearse for police. And I don't know which one to go. So the
It's a copy of the Canandaigua,
Halsey,
one from the National Archives, so it's different than the one in the Historical Society here. This one, you can see stitched on the top, and at the bottom is the ratification. There's Washington's signature.
oh, cool.
Oh, cool.
Oh. Sure.
Ironically, with Washington's signature, when JC comes in here, he researched his property and it's called Tall Chief Territory because his great grandfather was Tall Chief Seneca. And him and 3 other chiefs went and met with the president and smoked a peace pipe afterwards. And the president was George Washington.
That's cool. Interesting.
So I'm not doing any event. He
We got all kinds of.
told the editor, I spent a weekend just as a cop. Come in on Monday, said, I'll be a journalist. But I've always been half cop. And so I got a badge from Buffalo for witnessing and chasing down a hit one driver and all that.
Wow.
On the way here, we're in, did you go up today? 15 minutes out here. And it's coming this way. There's a U-turn.
Yeah, this morning.
And JC pulls over and the truck in front of us pull over. We're facing the face.
It's a-
Claims he got JC and he chases the other guy. How's the other guy?
Okay.
I was thinking JC had 71.
Same amount of time. All the way in.
And his,
Something like the Buffalo.
Oh, you.
and I'm
I mean,
talking a few names.
come on, still? How's-
Takes his license, goes back and comes back, isn't
Um,
I said, Sarah. You didn't,
Whenever, I could be there, Friday.
it was he's in the car in front of us.
Around-
I only got you.
I don't have someone show it to you.
Okay.
And he said, maybe some of your names you dropped.
It's on my house.
Help.
One,
Run Avenue.
You motherfucker.
okay, I didn't say, I was thinking the one you guys.
Okay. And I think that's probably why
You went to the one, your house on the loop,
on Indian territory.
that road is called. Remember when?
When JC
Oh, my house.
arrived,
Yeah, that's what I thought you were saying.
geez, you're weak on this here.
Yeah.
I don't know, I never.
I said-
You get a ticket.
I said, now you get a perfect opening.
What's the name of the highway?
2 cars,
82.
cop passes both. So white guy go, gives a ticket to the Indian.
So here's the other thing too. Was he traveling,
Yeah,
was he stationary or was he traveling?
Traveling.
Okay, so at radar, and it was a panel van in front of you guys?
How many bedrooms? 10?
Yeah, well, yeah, it was another,
Okay, all right.
yes, it was a panel van.
So it was bigger than.
Yep.
they call it,
Radar,
I don't call
bigger vehicle first.
it.
So when you're going down the road, so when you're traveling down the road,
Yeah,
He's coming the north,
I'm literally
so
ready for sale.
they were going east or whatever, north to Ithaca,
Asking.
and he's coming south.
yes,
So,
yeah.
well, 3. Radar, what is it, 3 back?
Oh, we got your defense.
What?
You know, the deputy sheriff.
Oh, yeah.
Tell
Tell him what happened.
So where he's.
He doesn't want to move to Allegheny. I'm like, so.
Probably 6 years, find a house, a vehicle that's bigger than you. Right.
He's like, yeah, but it's like an hour.
We're in opposite lanes.
So he's.
We're like us,
Children.
Okay, so he's on the outside lane?
Oh, shoot, like,
this lane,
I'm like, whoa,
before he went to L1.
you can drive over.
He's going south, we're going
We're
north.
going up
I'm gonna be at work. She doesn't work. She stays at home.
this way.
Okay.
And there's a box truck right in front of
Now,
him,
don't get them up.
same pace.
Ready? No, they still haven't.
Yep.
Oh, there's another.
I was on their pickup, but we were in a pickup
Yeah.
and we
Right
had
behind
the
one
same,
another?
pardon?
Right behind one another?
I was behind them, yeah.
I'm gonna grab some coffee.
Well, my truck was,
I can't afford it.
No,
I'm actually.
that was a bigger truck in front of you.
President.
It was bigger because see, it bounced. off
Might have
his.
moved up.
uh,
Yeah, if it would have been a panel van.
Yeah.
That radar would have moved right off the panel van first. No, that was the case. How can you get that for?
yeah.
But so LiDAR, then it would have been.
So either we were at the same rate of speed or he was faster than me.
That guy.
No,
He pulled over
And he let
as well. And he let him go.
I've been caught for a long time.
everyone else. I mean, like most people who are going, to college, they already have.
Yeah.
All they worry about is
Public interest.
Yeah, that's all. It was just,
We're doing.
it's November 30th, so it's like,
yeah, you gotta turn them in by tomorrow. They'll say there's no quota. Go and do the number you need to. Get a counseling member.
really?
Oh, yeah, they get a copy. For lack of showing it, activity, lack of activity, is what they get a memo.
Oh, yeah.
And not tickets. I feel bad, because there's a lot of troop. I told in the past, you should have been dead. We better dead.
1:30 sharp.
Because.
1 o'clock was the
Felony.
registration, gathering,
Doesn't care what.
little bit of migrating people to get going. It's been a little while since I've done it. I was teaching at Syracuse and Kansas. And
On a rainy day. and
Why 71?
In vehicles that were, because
It was 81. 71.
Yeah.
You know, you're not even 20 miles.
I just wanted to formulate.
is it worth it to come down here if we have to? Might it?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
Let my attorney deal with it.
But the truth of the matter.
Right behind you, Rob.
Right.
That's all right.
And that way we'll have.
Yeah, so if you're attorney, whatever, the court's probably gonna give.
Right.
I was joking. You'll pay the fine, and then the party, that money goes back to the town, whichever county you get rid. You know,
Are you gonna post it yet?
so. Probably that's gonna happen.
Yeah.
But yeah, those. Right person. It was like my house.
Yeah.
That was not a big deal. I feel. I stopped.
I know, I mean, why can't we figure it out?
My son.
We have a good interaction. I talked about it, tell them to slow down, that's just.
My nephew worked away. Well, they were all-
And.
And it's usually not like.
Because Joyce Thompson was gonna show up. Joyce Thompson,
Right, tell them to slow down. One of my favorites was the.
was asking what time we're gonna be there. And Denise is at work. Sue, I called her, I didn't get no answer.
And walked up.
Okay.
Thanks.
Kids are
I
crying.
used to,
Don't give me the break.
posting on Facebook right after council. I would take them all day at council and then go home. Carry on and get outside, my cigarettes over here.
Sorry.
The keyboard in front of me and just sit there and type what happened all day. Of course, I always started out with, this is my interpretation of the events of the day, only mine. I didn't use anybody's names. I just sat down. And a community member said this, a community member asked this.
You need to stop twice at the next one.
I also like.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you know, because I wasn't worried about it.
Yeah, I know. Like, how do I get that off of there?
Not as much as you guys travel to.
That's,
Yeah, it was the odds of me getting pulled over are good.
Oh, yeah, numbers game, you know.
That's about that. Haven't been pulled over in a while. Last time I was in Miami
Oh,
and I wasn't speeding or nothing.
all right.
Got off on the wrong exit. Right, and this is like, I just got back from brewery, Turks and Caicos. Just flew back into Miami Airport, got our vehicle, got on, driving back up to Clearwater. And I needed gas, so I got off this exit. And it was a crazy exit because the gas station's over here, but I couldn't get there. So I had to cut up through this side road, get up around to get over to there.
Last time I saw
To get all the way down to the end of this road that's gonna take me.
Hi, Rob Porter of
Full right turn, seeing it, right?
Yo1.
who's wrong?
He's wrong. There was a couple police that were sitting at a house on that road, but they were back a good 400 feet, 500 feet. So I figured, they're busy doing that. They didn't pay attention to me.
I think because we're getting a lot of back
Turn left on it and
folks online.
see, you know, man, I'm surrounded at the gas station. I haven't got about to put gas in my vehicle. I was standing there and I say, Miami PD.
Good job.
I'm like, huh? Yes. Yeah. They go back in your vehicle. I'm getting gas, back in your vehicle. Oh, okay. Get back in the vehicle. They wouldn't even approach me until I got back in my vehicle.
Oh, you know, my wife.
Got it.
Okay.
We're getting.
No, I would love to.
Just.
There's no such.
There we go.
Maybe in the same car with you right now.
Feedback.
Your name came out.
Is anybody in the room on Zoom right now?
Anybody in the room on Zoom?
Nobody's gonna Zoom it.
And I think you might be unmuted. So that's
Oh, no.
On a dog sheet.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What's one?
Maybe you have to do that in the settings before you actually start the meeting.
Question.
Maybe just for now,
Okay, yeah.
the feedback, you can just ask them.
I can't pay attention to these.
That makes sense.
Zero them out all at once.
Go back and run it now. You're all set, I'm like 2 days old, who cares?
I guess that's kind of.
Just trying to figure it out. We're muted, so.
You know, and a lot of times you give people warnings and boom. But yeah, I'd hate to be pumping gas and all of a sudden Miami PD.
Sure.
It's crazy, man. There was like 3 cars, like all around. Got my family all. They're like 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, Area was at the hospital.
That's what you get. Said no left turn.
Yeah, no left turn. I said, I can't believe you did that. You're sitting right there and you.
Put that in the settings before you start the meeting.
I told JC,
I took the chance that you guys were busier than me.
Yeah, you're more doing a left turn here to get some gas.
I told JC this incident on the way here was perfect opening. There's 2 cars on the way to Ithaca. One's with a white guy.
And who gets the brown guy?
Sorry about that.
That's okay. I want to go back to.
You know, it's funny you say that. I have clients that have to, I mean, you hear about this thing, only they educate their kids.
Okay.
Okay.
Do it
All set.
I'll call you.
because they're gonna pull you over. Because
Gabby,
No
I
problem.
will not hesitate.
it happens.
Yeah, I'll be.
Excellent, excellent. Great.
Not yet.
I got it.
I'm proud of it.
I, you know, I've been doing Zoom like everybody else for a couple of years. Per capita. And I think we got that figured out, and then.
Yeah.
I think per capita,
You know, versus.
and I've never.
However.
Somebody.
Every. And driving on a car at 5 o'clock, you know, down the street and.
But it was.
So next spring, so next spring.
Happened.
Oh, it was, Sarah like this. She worked at.
Unnecessary thing that happened, honestly.
Okay. But I see
There's
her.
a lot of contemporary.
I think. To some degree, you know, it did.
Yeah.
Act.
I was.
A lot of water stuff, yeah, because.
Never really saw that. I'm very like.
So I have a lot of like 50% of stuff that I can share. that-
Yeah.
I saw that early on. And
So it's
so much,
so I'll make sure you get
so much with the sheriff's office. It was selling, it would be, I don't know, in high school. It's not a lot.
That's right.
Profiling
Yeah.
In person.
against Seneca's.
Yeah, just.
And like I said, I.
All right.
I know. Yeah. Yeah.
On the borderline. $9,000. And.
Oh, my.
Great Valley going that way. Especially right around the 93, 94 average. You saw it a lot more.
Oh, yeah.
I thought. However, during the 95.
Yeah, I think I've read his.
Sheriff's office, I did
Yeah.
working with them, I think.
Yeah, I have one of his books.
Educate the guys more so.
Okay.
That's not a problem.
It's a thing. It's like.
Taking share.
Yeah. Yeah.
They can still power. We can respond. A lot of things that are happening, like in 90s.
Oh, I should do.
Okay.
You don't need that stereotype of. Pretty good relationships over the years.
No, but like.
Money did it for a few years that were.
I left my dog at the
First I was.
I'll pay for 2 hours.
Yeah, now it's kind of a crapshoot. Shows up when you make a call, you know, whether.
What's your name?
Lee.
Transfer apple.
Only to you.
Nice to meet you. Seriously.
That you called them about
Counselor out there?
No, just an attorney.
the problem with you.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Some troopers, they know some.
Red Eye, huh? Who's your family?
And
It's Cochise.
Oh, yeah, go teach.
yeah, something.
Yeah.
Did a guy today, but.
Tassie.
I know, really upset. Otherwise I have to like enter up.
You should, they got me a ticket. The trooper was probably gonna say, oh, you know, slow it down, it's raining out, right? But he's over there going, yapping at it. They told him, you gotta keep the ticket.
That who's your, you're married to Odie's niece?
Yeah, Holly. You know Holly?
No,
Holly.
I asked her, I was like, who's your niece? So I had next to
She's
her.
from Allegheny.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of wondering. I was like, no,
Yeah.
maybe we're around the same age. I might have like blanked
Yeah.
or something.
Went to Salamanca.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Oh, it might be all
out there much until I was like
My crappy.
20.
I believe it.
You know, my brother Roger.
No.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
I just told him I stole her about 26 years ago. Good. Good move. On my face.
Everyone, we are 5 minutes away from starting. We are going to start on time. That's a joke. But we are.
Indian time.
Snacks, popcorn. Sorry, we don't have any popcorn, but let's see, can folks online hear me? Hear us.
6 minutes.
I see one thumbs up. Someone who can hear me. Being good.
Yes, can hear you.
Excellent. But we have dozens of people online,
Yeah.
which is kind of cool. Maybe more.
The last thing. I don't know where you're from. You get
We're
the
going.
closing.
Minute. Add water?
He didn't tell me how long.
Where'd you go to school?
Oh, I gotta read this. No, you can keep. You need it, yeah.
And
Yeah, you said
I went to law school in New Mexico.
I'm going to excuse.
Graduated 13.
Oh,
So,
okay.
yeah.
My daughter just,
Ever need anything in Buffalo?
Really?
Logan, you know her, Logan Booth?
I think we're just friends on Facebook.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't, I
The
don't,
answer she did.
okay. I don't think I actually have ever met her.
I don't have my glasses there.
Friends with tons of natives.
From all
Like,
over.
yeah, it's like you living on a dog and you're native.
Yeah,
Except your
Add you.
Yeah.
For our birthday 2 years ago, Rob says, hey, why don't we, this week in Toronto?
Yep.
I'm like, why?
2000. From where?
2009 to 13.
Oh, all right.
2008, 2009, somewhere around. I can't remember exactly when I started.
Gary worked in the wall street.
Yeah.
I'm here. That's why I remember.
Wrestled.
I know, I've seen you many
No,
places, but I'm trying to.
I didn't ever meet you there. I met you when you were on when Rob was president and I was on the committee, the Constitution and Law Reform. So,
That's right.
yeah, yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
okay.
We never
Vladimir,
back on the right.
Kind of how- When I met you.
where they play. Really?
Not really.
Mhm.
We meet every Tuesday. But the only thing is, they have a nation.
No, I wish I could have been on.
Yeah.
You know, it's less involved going to.
Driving.
And again, like I've never.
Just was.
The Senate runner. But the election.
Contact. That's Jesus.
TV makes small. Oh, yeah, so big and
Mhm.
everybody else is, they're just, you know. But it was It was a pretty cool experience.
Style.
Was on a meeting last night.
Rubbing elbows with those guys. Right?
How long you been married?
Oh, my, you said.
A little over a year.
Viewpoint.
Oh, really? First,
Yes.
kids?
I have 6. Well, I'd say 6 because her daughters are my kids.
All right.
And her 2 daughters.
6 months.
Brady Bunch,
We have.
You gotta get it.
Adopted a little.
Brady Bunch.
And then we adopted a little girl.
Oh, cool.
It's a long story. My sister.
You know that.
You know her at bar.
I say April. And they'll have it.
Oh,
Sister has her doctor.
Oh.
has there what?
Kicking this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Medical?
Yeah, that's what I mean. It has education.
Oh, all right. Mhm.
He was involved.
Hunting. Because realized stateside. I know a lot of country responsibility. And forward. Yeah, we're extra better in roads.
Yeah, we've been trying to,
You know.
I think that's it. Those things where you're just like.
You guys are pointing at each other.
They're the ones that.
Shannon,
Yeah,
Shannon,
Something happened to your sister?
yeah, that's what they say.
Oh,
You, okay.
I don't.
I knew.
okay, let's see, look at arm wrestle.
There you go. Start it.
Yeah.
You have any other?
Yeah, you want it? Right here now. And so they say he's ready.
And that they get go there, that's what Tom seals. Going wine go or what don't. They hint doing what can to Sangua this so Sangua we on you. They always scan don't know. They deny in way hake, he got Scott and Dwyer, yeah, and got me go.
Yeah,
Scott and what no, you know, and again you tongue, got me go.
yeah.
Down there on a hand war true. Sap Guyanda, the Hoda, Toyani, Yok, Sangua this so. Sap Guyanda, guy when they truck. Nanto, or when's again. They got West Hanet, I did one on the guess. It is so, it know qua. And they car, got qua guess. Was getting get the go, what? Said what, Joe? They said when home qua. So hey car, and need dog guess it is so, and it know qua. Oh, just on that, that go here dog, it is so, and it know qua. They didn't enjoy the one you know, it know. It again, you tongue, I'm going to go.
Yeah.
Down here on a hand war throw, it said, well, go on, that's gonna die you. Are we Hawana, a touch words up? They does a high white, that don't sound go your hand go handle, how much should the own it? They didn't enjoy the way you know, they said, well, no, you said, well, go on, that's gonna die you. Again, you tongue, I'm going to go.
Yeah.
Down here on a hand war throw, it gate, young good dog, had if you kill. They got no deal, can't you don't scan, no, don't know. They didn't do a hey, yet you know, you gay, you go dog, how do you kill you can't, you know. Again, you go. Down here on a hand war throw, we don't hit the anon, so go this. And so set, next scan, I don't know, you. They didn't do a hey, they said, no, they said, what on you, said, what go. Said when on you go hit it, I know, great, so go this. And again, you tongue, going to go.
Yeah.
Down it took, no go queen, okay, you got to know you. Down it took.
Yeah. I want.
Yeah.
Asking everybody to mute in all locations.
Works.
Anyways.
Sally's ice.
I think he's.
I got a mute everything.
I don't know. I know, the expert was here a minute ago and she couldn't figure that out.
She can.
No.
Then I probably won't really.
Learning process here.
Each the. Yeah.
Eight of us.
But he mutes his audio. He's saying. Gonna have to go, I don't know. What's playing, like what it. Gotta get going. Okay.
Yeah, that's.
I think when I'm talking, I'm creating the feedback. No? Okay, I think we're good. Sorry, we've got,
If you're the host, you should be able to mute it.
I should be,
Everybody,
but there's no obvious way to do that.
or put it in the. Tell everybody.
You know how to do it?
Always saving.
Always saving.
Always helping around. Well, yeah, let's think of, how can we get that done?
Take the volume off. We don't need to hear them.
Might go though.
Meeting tomorrow morning. Friday morning.
Don't mind picking it up, is that what it is?
Mute this person.
Okay, is that better?
Go be in.
Got it? Okay, better. Gary, thank you. Thank you all for being here. Now, well, I'm Robert Valley Porter, and we talk about 75 years of jurisdiction over the Haudenosaunee. When will it end? We have a great program today, and we have representation from the Onondaga Nation. We have representation from the Seneca Nation. We have representation from the Mohawks, the St. Regis Mohawk tribe, and we have representation from a colleague of mine many years with the United, but is now in private practice. You've seen a lot of the material.
Cayuga Nation's here too.
What's that?
Cayuga Nation.
Cayuga Nation, here, sorry. It's here as well. So I'm glad to have you all here to begin a discussion, but a very important topic relating to the New York State control over our people and over our lands. As many of you know, I've had experience in my and as a legal counsel for the Seneca Nation, but have more recently been working with many Indian nations around the country. One of the things that just as a matter of personal background, I started working on these issues and studying them of state jurisdiction back when I was in law school. Over 30 years ago. I know you're shocked by that in terms of how youthful and how much energy I bring to the topic, but it's been a long time coming. And when I thought about it in relation to the continuing issues that go on in all of our nations relating to state jurisdiction, the state police, state government in our lives, it really moved me to want to start talking more about it in a way that made something about challenges. So the program is designed to be the beginning of a discussion. And ideally, for those of you who are in the room or online, we want to thank you all for being here. The discussion will continue, and some of it will continue through government and through our Haudenosaunee officials in terms of the work they must do. Some of it will occur through the community and through people in our nations. But it will also involve, I think, students potentially, you know, in terms of there's many open research questions that this issue of state jurisdiction invites. 75 years is a long time in relation to exercise by the state government of control through this act of Congress that was passed. And we want to talk about that and know more about it in terms of what's been happening in all of our nations. And that will take a long time to be able to do that. So the basic format for today is going to be, I've got a presentation, and the goal of the presentation is to hopefully move all of us to the same plane of being able to receive information from our leadership who are here to share experiences of what's been happening in our nations on a day-to-day basis as it relates to state jurisdiction over our people, and over our lands. It's not intended by any means to be a complete discussion, but we are glad to have representatives here from our nation governments to be able to talk about it. I've got a video, a documentary that was done in 1992 that highlighted a major conflict that was occurring between the state and the Haudenosaunee nations over treaty rights and tax collection. And I want to be able to talk about that in the context of this whole discussion of policing. The format will just kind of keep moving. If there's a point where it makes sense to take a break, we'll do that as we transition back and forth. But I want to keep the discussion moving along, but there's a lot to cover. And I want to be able to take a couple questions here and there, but I also want to make sure our speakers have a chance to talk and share their story about what's happening. Towards the end, my colleague Steve McSloy will talk a little bit about what's been happening outside of New York. Because it's easy, I think in terms of our lives here in the Six Nations and in New York to have a certain lens, but yet there has been evolutions in terms of state jurisdiction, federal jurisdiction, and native government jurisdiction outside of this state that we need to learn about as well. And I want to have a little bit of that brought into the discussion. And then towards the end, to really take thoughts and ideas about next steps, if any. We're not here convened in any kind of governmental capacity. This is just trying to bring good minds together for purposes thinking through the issue and where we might want to make suggestions for our leaders back home, for our students here in the room who are interested in the topic. These are all great research papers, for those of you looking for new topics. And so there's a lot of opportunity, I think, for this discussion to blossom. And I just want to spend a little bit of time at the end of the day and hopefully have a good conversation. So any housekeeping questions, anything I may have missed about how we're going to plan the afternoon? Great. Well, let's get started. I've got some slides and I want to share them with you. And I will make these slides available so you don't need to scribble furiously in your notes. And Steve McSloy has it well, and all of this. So the entire Zoom 4-hour block will be covered, and we'll figure out a way to make that available for those of you who want to have a record of this. I'm confident it'll be really good content, and I want to be able for us to share it with others as well. So here's roughly the outline that I want to work with.
Does this work?
Inspect,
Can you guys hear?
expect.
Someone thumbs up?
Good?
Yeah, okay.
Okay. All right, yay.
Okay, all right. We're gonna-
Okay.
Thanks.
Putting my flow back. Okay, so termination. Termination was a policy of the government in the mid-20th century. It's something that infuses this whole act of Congress. We would talk a little bit about the termination policy. A little bit about the legal significance. Just so we all understand, not everyone here is a lawyer or a law student. In which the law is supposed to work, the way it actually works, two different things. And then that's toward the ends of what I'm going to offer, for the next 45 minutes or so, is to kind of leave it with what's happening in reality. This is what was supposed to happen. This is what the Congress did. This is what the state's been doing. And then there's real life. And that's where our speakers from our leadership will come in and be able to share some of the perspectives about what's happening in real life with regard to New York State and this issue of criminal jurisdiction. So let's talk about a little bit about who we are, where we're from. This is our homeland of the 6 nations of the Haudenosaunee. This particularly is the Cayuga Nation homeland. Our nations bound together by treaty, by law amongst each other. The people of the Longhouse, the Mohawks, the Oneidas, the Onondagas, the Cayugas, the Senecas, the Tuscarora joined in the early 19th century. And one of the things for those of you who are unfamiliar with who we are as an Indigenous people in this area is that we are a real people of history. I think all Native peoples are in a certain way, peoples of history, but our role as nations in relation to the existence of the United States government, the existence of the colonial settlements, it's a very important historical journey. And one of the real shames, frankly, of colonialism is they don't like to teach about the history of that colonial interaction from those early days when the colonists first got here. And the reality, of course, is that our Indigenous nations, our Native nations, were dominant. We're in control of our land, our resources, our people, and immigration. And it's something that when we look into the history, in the spring, I'm starting to put together a class on New York Haudenosaunee relations. And the reason is because so much of just even understanding contemporary legal issues is shaped by internalizing several hundred years of history. And one of the things that you'll see as you start digging into the history of our relationship with the colonists in our 6 nations is you'll see patterns of behavior. That a lot of the contemporary issues that we deal with today have been going on for generations. And sometimes there's been solutions to those problems that our leadership have developed to solve those problems, and vice versa. Sometimes there have been mistakes that have not allowed us to deal with some of the threats that have come at us from the colonists, from the state in particular. But just one little episode, just one little chapter of why New York, is really, they call themselves the Empire State. And the reason was because the state before it was a state was a colony established by the crown. And the king designated the governor of New York to have primary responsibility for the diplomacy, negotiation, interaction with the Haudenosaunee against all other colonies. And so the royal governor of New York had this unique place in relation to dealing with our Indigenous nations in the 17th and 18th century in particular. And why that matters is because it infuses the way in which the New York governor to this very day carries, in our view, somewhat of an imperial power in terms of the role in which the state plays in dealing with our nations. It is rooted in history. In contrast, other states, like Pennsylvania, where there is no Indigenous population currently in terms of territories and federally recognized governments, because the structure of that colony was different and the governor of that colony had different power, they were better able to manage, including our nations, the Indigenous population. Here in New York, we were a little bit harder to deal with in terms of that relationship. And it's something that when you look back into the history and you see the role in which the New York governor, crown appointed, dealt with our nations, a lot of the same behaviors that started that back then have carried forward today in terms of the empire state and the behaviors of the New York governor. So our nations are bound together traditionally by the great law. It is a structure of law and government. It clearly, to some, has an element of culture, obviously infused into it. But the structure of that, we will say, and the United States has acknowledged, influenced the formation of the American government. That there was a structural reality of the Confederacy that was aligned by the Six Nations in terms of our organizational structure. And if you look at the Articles of Confederation, the very first American government that was established after the American Revolution.
Hey there, you muted yourself.
Okay, there we go. Here's a little map. Not great internet maps on our territories, to be honest with you. If someone knows a better site, let's work on that. But this is just a rough depiction of our traditional territories and what's now New York. Our traditional territories extend way beyond New York in terms of our periods of influence and migration and use of lands. And but this is sort of, if you overlay New York with our traditional homelands, this is what you get. And this doesn't include what's now Canada either. And then there we go. This is another fairly bad map of where the existing territories are for all of the Six Nations. And there are two tribal nations on Long Island, the Shinnecock and the Puspatuck tribe, also called Unkachug. They have a different historical relationship. They do not have a treaty relationship with the United States, but they are recognized by the Shinnecocks are recognized by the United States as a federally recognized tribe. And they are too subject to this issue of state jurisdiction, but their history is very different by virtue of their lack of treaty foundation, as is the case with the Six Nations. But this is again another invitation for any map maker out there to help us come up with a slightly more attractive map of outlining our existing territories. And why is there a difference? Why do we have such vast? Well, we lost most of our land in terms of jurisdiction, title, and control over it by virtue of land transactions. The most significant treaty for us is the Treaty of Canandaigua of 1794. Just a couple of weeks ago, commemorated, as it is every year, as a fundamental symbol of our continued recognition as sovereign nations and preservation of our free use and enjoyment of our lands. The Treaty of Canandaigua was significant, and again, it's another, there's great material out there to read and to discuss, because so much of the treaty history of the United States, treaty making occurred from the very beginning and even beforehand, even before the United States was formed. There's a multi-volume set of treaties and agreements between indigenous nations and the colonists and the king that just reflects 200 years of history of all of our interactions. Why agreements? Why treaties? A treaty is an agreement between nations. Well, because there was no military imbalance of power. Our nations were powerful, had forces that could be deployed in conflict with our warriors. And so our peoples were dominant in relation to these relations. And when you're in a deficit position, you're much better off having a treaty or an agreement to work things out rather than try to wage any kind of conflict. And don't get me wrong, there were conflicts. There were military conflicts throughout the entire colonial period that definitely is a subject that has been well covered by many historians. But the Treaty of Canandaigua came at a time when the Six Nations were, all of us were still strong in terms of our ability to maintain control over our lands, our people, and the military power of the United States was still kind of weak, you know, after having fought the war with the British. And so it could be considered as a very fair negotiation and agreement between equals in terms of, at the time, what was being discussed. And so the original treaty, which my colleague Steve McSoy brought a copy of it, is right up here. If you want to take a look at it, to just see it's not the real thing, Steve, right? It says, okay, it's a copy. But I think it's really important to reflect on how important that recognition is of our sovereignty as nations by the early United States. George Washington was a very knowledgeable, experienced, and periodically a disadvantaged leader of the Americans in relation to our people. And we snookered him a couple of good times throughout his life. But ultimately, he became a real leader in wanting to find a peaceful relationship with our nations at the time. This treaty has language in it that no other Indian treaty has. And it's the language that acknowledges that the lands of the Haudenosaunee, that we will maintain the free use and enjoyment of those lands. Now, there's similar language in other treaties. There's almost 400 other Indian treaties that the United States entered into with other Indian nations. No, again. But this language, getting a I need a trusty aid to it's only been 2 years that we've been doing this.
I don't know.
I had to figure it out. Okay, let's keep it going. So the treaty language is significant. For those of you who have not had a chance to really take a close look at the Canandaigua Treaty, I encourage you to do so. I've got a couple links in the materials that you could take a look at it. But we commemorate it because it is a high watermark in terms of the recognition of our autonomy, our sovereignty, our internal authority to regulate our lands, our people, and our visitors to our lands in terms of the recognition of that free use and enjoyment. There's a section in there, Article 7, that deals with language invoking the power of the president in times of crisis. In the law, we'd call them the bad men provisions because they're in many treaties. You know, and the idea was to stop retaliation. There was at the time a lot of well, the kind way to say it would be they were reckless Americans trespassing on our lands. And so there was a lot of private revenge, it was sort of referred to in the treaties. And the treaty was designed to stop that if someone was causing trouble on either side, the idea was that you would invoke the leadership of the other, whether it be the chiefs or the president, to stop it, their own people. So there's language in the treaty that talks to that issue of we are going to invoke the power of the president to protect us from our threats. And over the years, I think all of our nations at various times have invoked the provision of that treaty. The Americans are just notoriously, well, just unknowledgeable in terms of what these treaty requirements are. And so unfortunately, the burden of many of our leaders over the years has been to keep educating the Americans about what their treaty obligations are. But it is simply a reflection of really a promise that was made that still is valuable today. My nation just a year ago in conflict with the state invoked the provision as it related to again, a conflict with the state of New York. And the state of New York probably more often than not is the cause of a lot of these problems that require the invoking the provisions of the Canandaigua Treaty. There's a lot of land history here. One of the documents I'll have a link to is called the Whipple Report that was assembled by the New York State Assembly in 1888. It's an interesting document. I'll talk about it a little bit more in a second. It has all the treaties in there and agreements, including the state ones. There were a lot of state deals with our people. And I say people, not leaders, because it's a lot of these deals went through because they did not have official protocols in place from our leadership. And yet land was signed away, money exchanged hands, nefarious tactics were being used to undermine our land base. And that's how most Cayuga land was lost, Oneida land was lost, but all of us lost most of our land by virtue of a series of those transactions occurring between 1794 and 1838. That was a real period of land loss, devastating land loss. And it has a lot of effect, obviously, on us as nations today, but certainly at the time. And we see, for example, contemporary conflicts like the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the displacement of peoples. That's what was happening to us. That's what was happening to our nations. If you're trying to see this in historical context, you can just watch the TV and just, go back a couple hundred years, because that's what was happening to us in terms of our people being displaced, being disrupted by virtue of loss of land and loss of way of life. And that obviously was a real devastating wound that I think, in my view, still is continued on today in terms of the issues that we have to deal with as people. So there's a lot of history there that I'm just trying to fold in for those of you curious about it, want to learn more. There's a lot of material there about the land transactions. The interesting thing about New York, once this issue of land is dealt with, and I haven't found any parallels to this with other states. And I think it goes back to the empire state mentality. New York uniquely took on a responsibility that we would probably today call the trust responsibility, to try to find a way to help us. But it was mostly based upon this idea of assimilation and cultural destruction. It didn't come later across the United States as a matter of federal policy until the late 19th century. But the New Yorkers started figuring this out right after the Canandaigua Treaty. And you have to realize the context in which this idea of assimilation of indigenous peoples at the time was kind of absurd to a lot of the Americans. We were not citizens of the United States. Many of us still do not think we are citizens to this very day. We were viewed as outside the authority of the American government, of the state government. We were foreigners in relation to the Americans and the New Yorkers. So the idea that we should be somehow absorbed into the state population or the American population was very controversial for the Americans. But it also had seeds of control. And one of the first things that the state did soon after the century, in the early 1800s, was the provision of teachers, schools, education. There's a really good, I put a book together a few years ago when I was teaching that a lot of historical documents together. And it was a military, it was from Henry Knox, who was George Washington's Secretary of War. And he said it was about targeting the Creek Indians down in the Southeast. And he said, if you need the United States to go to war against the Creeks in their homeland, it's going to cost about $1 million a year. And it will be inconclusive whether we defeat them. But if you give me far less money every year for teachers, it'll take 100 years, but eventually we'll have them under our control. And that was a military advice about how to control indigenous people. Cultural assimilation. The New York officials figured that out early on. So we were uniquely targeted for this kind of social assimilation at a very early stage of our interactions. And of course, as I just mentioned, the loss of land, the devastation of our economies, the loss of our military power made us weak, to be honest, in terms of the ability to resist that. And many of you are parents, and all of us have been children. And if you're in that situation, you're going to do the best you can to take care of your kids. And I think a lot of times our ancestors may not have been in the best position to say no to someone saying, hey, we're going to feed you, we're going to take care of you. And that's how you end up with the Thomas Indian School, which was established for 100 years, at the Cattaraugus territory of my nation. And every one of our nations, I believe, have either a school, that has been primarily funded by the state at some point in your history, if not still today. But it starts from that tactical military approach controlling us. Why is that necessary? Because it is constant. This is one of the constants that you see throughout the entire history of Haudenosaunee relations with New York is the need to control us. Why? Probably all the usual reasons. I get control of our land, I control of our resources, but we still fight it today in terms of taxation. Some of our nations have gaming, fighting over gaming monies. It just doesn't end, but it does go back how best to control us. So this issue of assimilation and social control, some of you may have seen book 25 of the New York State Code. It has laws in there that purport to regulate and control each of our governments. And I remember years ago when I was a young lawyer for the Seneca Nation, I used to hide that book. So Lee, if you see it, you got to hide it because some of our folks were reading it as if it were the gospel. And I was no, this is the state trying to control us. And there may have been times when maybe we asked for it. I won't speak for anyone else. I know it was literally true in Seneca history. Some of our officials were asking the state for laws to better govern ourselves in the early 19th century. But a lot of that old law is still on the books. I wrote a whole law review article about which ones I thought were completely illegal and should be repealed. So maybe that'll be our next project, is to get rid of some of that bad New York State Indian law. But that book 25 is living history, not in a good way, because it's still on the books. A lot of those laws terminated in the early 19th century, and they just keep on the books. Years ago, Judge Garrow may remember there was an effort to repeal Article 8 of the state Indian law dealing with the St. Regis Mohawk Tribal Council. And that didn't go anywhere. There was a lot of internal tension about it, but it was an example of how even some of those laws that are on the books from the state side end up becoming baked into our sense of daily life. It's kind of interesting. The Whipple report, which I could talk about forever because it's fascinating. I encourage you to look at it. It's very long, about 300 pages. It was, I don't know how familiar you are with the way, state government or federal government works in terms of its structure, but there are committees of the legislature, the Congress, or the New York State Assembly, or the New York Senate that are from time to time impaneled. New York, for much of its history, has always had some kind of Indian committee. I worked with Councilor Seneca years ago, most recently to establish a state tribal relations committee of both houses to try to promote better relations. But that history goes way, way back. And so this report of the Assembly Committee of 1889 to deal with the Indian problem. And that's what we were sort of referred to as the Indian problem. And what is the Indian problem? Well, one, the Indian problem is we still exist. And figuring out a way to. Here we go again.
Ask them to mute it.
Please mute. Thank you. The Indian problem has never been fully resolved, thankfully, because we're still here. But at the time, it's hard to find this kind of racist, discriminatory language in government documents. And I mean, you can find it more recently, but definitely it's a sweet spot of this kind of antagonism in the 19th century. Between the Civil War and the early 20th century, you have this very aggressive, radical effort to assimilate and absorb indigenous peoples into the American society. And this Whipple report just has this language about these Indian people have been kept as wards or children long enough. They should now be educated to be men, not Indians. And it is the earnest belief of the committee that when the suggestions are made, or at least some of them are accomplished facts, the Indians of the state are absorbed into the great mass of the American people. Then and not before will the Indian problem be solved. That's the mission. Now, I'm one of these who actually believes that's still the mission. That hasn't changed. And if you're going to start understanding how to solve the problems, the contemporary problems of law and policy and history, I believe you have to accept that this is still operative mandates. Now, the governor of New York doesn't wake up in the morning and say, boy, those Indians are the Indian problem. We have to absorb them and wipe them out. Now, I don't know whether she thinks that or not, but she's not going to say it. It's not very politically correct. It's not very appropriate to say. But it's clearly the case that sovereignty of Indian nations, the existence of separate peoples who do not accept Americanism or New York status is a problem for the system. And part of this historic, why this period in the late 19th century? What else is going on in America? European immigration. And for those of you who've ever really spent any time studying, that part of American history. Okay, can we please mute some more folks online? Thanks. Getting some new folks need to be muted. Excellent. Think about the processing of the immigrants. I say that respectfully. You're taking foreigners coming to this country. They don't speak English. They don't know about money. They don't know what their function is. And the structure of the society is rooted in having to assimilate foreign people into the country. We were part of that same engineering effort and the same infrastructure that was in place to address European and Asian immigration was the same kind of processing that was put in place to deal with our nations. The state's control was easier when we were weaker, when we had fewer lands, when they were bringing gifts like teachers. But it was still a problem legally. And I want to talk a little bit about why that's true, so you have a understanding of the way in which the state and the Haudenosaunee laws interact on these issues as we lead into the next panel. The Fornes case was in the American legal system, you have district courts, you have appellate courts, then you have the Supreme Court. And this Fornes case was important because in my territory where I live, the Allegheny Territory, the city of Salamanca is a exercise of incomplete colonialism. It was a city built by the railroad of non-Indians. It at one point got up to 10,000 people, all under a long-term ground lease, 99 years. And the leasing arrangement allowed for some rent to be paid to the Seneca government, in terms of the leasing of this land. But I had a house in the city that my brother lives in right now, where I think the rent on that lease was $4 a year. I think it was the ground rent's $4, for the house. If Senecas don't have to pay it, but if you were not Indian, you had to pay $4 a year for that lot. And that was the ground rent set in 1892. No escalation in the rent. So this guy Fornes doesn't pay his rent for 11 years. And all kinds of back and forth, giving him a chance. I mean, it's $40. He's not paying his rent. So eventually this case gets brought And at the time, Indian nations could not bring legal actions in the federal court system. You had to get permission, or the United States had to bring the case for you. So the United States brings a lawsuit against Fortis to evict him. The Seneca Nation Council wanted to cancel this lease and remove him from the territory. The judge, the court gets to this decision-making point, and the guy, what he did was right before he was getting evicted, he tendered the $40. It's cured. Okay, we have an expert. He's gonna fix this for me. I don't know why it keeps lurching back to. I'm a lot. Yeah, we had a whole crack team in place that kind of fell apart last night. So, you know, you got me as your captain of technology.
I think it's because it's recording. Turn it off first before you go on and somebody else. Leela, turn yours off.
Mine's off.
There we go.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ellen. So this case gets decided, and the court says, under principles of federal law, the state has no authority to apply its laws inside the Indian territories without permission from the federal government. And so it's like a punch to the head. This is after decades of the state exercising this creeping jurisdiction. This case blows it up, 1942. And this simple procedural rule about tendering your back rent before you're evicted doesn't apply. And it sends shockwaves through the state's leadership that this was in place. So it led to this transformation of the state's efforts to go to Congress in order to get power granted to exercise over our nations and our people. The termination policy occurred right after World War II. And if any of you have been students of that time period, it was a period of great nationalism for the Americans. One nation, one people, one country. And this idea that there would be separate sovereign nations was considered to be hostile to that idea of one nation, one people, one country. So the termination era ended up resulting in a variety of different laws being passed, but also 107 tribal governments were terminated. Now, the termination it's nefarious, but it's not as hostile as you'd think. A lot of this was done with consent, that they would essentially say, we want to terminate your tribal relationship with the federal government. We're going to take all your land, carve it up, sell it, and give you money for it. Any money in the bank that your tribe has, your tribal nation, you're going to get a per capita share of it. And it was literally selling off your assets. And a lot of tribal nations, 107, ended up being terminated. Every one of them by the 70s was restored, just to give you a little bit of hope. But at the time, that was the method, is we're going to go in, we're going to terminate you, we're going to make you, probably I should have mentioned this here, we're going to make you all Americans because in 1924, the Citizenship Act was passed. No more tribal governments, no more tribal lands, no more indigenous identity and existence. It's all going to be absorbed. What the government realized from various failures of policy was that there difficulties in rapidly assimilating indigenous peoples. It immediately resulted in poverty. Like you're just sort of destroying a government, you're destroying an economy, you're destroying tribal land base, destroying families. You're merely pushing people into poverty. And that became part of another face of the Indian problem. So the government thought, we got to stretch this out. We got to phase in the indigenous people into America. So this idea of partial termination is what's leading up to the law that affects us here in New York today. In 1940, Congress granted partial jurisdiction, criminal jurisdiction over the tribes in Kansas. And then in 1948, Congress enacted this law, 25 USC 232, which is really the focus of our discussion today. The state of New York shall have jurisdiction over offenses committed by or against Indians on Indian reservations within the state of New York to the same extent as the courts of the state have jurisdiction over offenses committed elsewhere within the state is defined by the laws of the state. That's primarily what it says. So what does it mean? Jurisdiction, control, power, authority. Offenses. It doesn't say criminal law, it says offenses. And it has been interpreted to mean criminal offenses. Later on, there's court cases outside of New York especially, but they've been applied within New York, that interpret offenses to mean if a law prohibits conduct, it is considered criminal. But if it only regulates the conduct, it's considered civil and is outside the state's authority. So, murder. There are no real good exceptions for murder, just self-defense. And that's a hard one. But basically the law is you shouldn't kill people. But regulatory, all kinds of regulatory laws affect people's lives, traffic regulation. We can all drive cars and there's just rules governing how fast you can go. It's not illegal or impermissible to drive a car. And that's kind of the rough difference. So the civil regulatory laws don't apply. But Congress gave the state authority over offenses. To the same extent as the courts of the state have jurisdiction over offenses committed elsewhere within the state is defined by the laws of the state. And the way I've always interpreted that in terms of practicality, it's as if the Congress eliminated our lands for purposes of the state's assertion of criminal jurisdiction. That is, that our lands are to be treated no differently than lands outside the state for purposes of the state government and its power. Now, 2 years later, which we're not going to talk about really today at all, the Congress gave authority to the state courts to hear cases involving Indians. 25 USC 233. And that opened up the state courts, cases involving our people. The general rules would be if there's a legal dispute that arises on Haudenosaunee territory between Native people or with a non-Native, that would really be under the jurisdiction and authority of the Native government. This law means that the state courts can hear that case. And it has, I think, fairly nefarious effect in ways that are not always obvious, but it's a companion legislation to the criminal jurisdiction. So here's just to kind of sum up as we transition to our next panel. What does this do? It's a grant of criminal jurisdiction to the state over all Indian lands within the state. Our nations did not consent to this. There was no we love this, we want it. That was not the case. It was over our objection. Limited to offenses defined under the criminal law. And just so you know, just because something has a criminal penalty doesn't necessarily mean that it's a criminal law. I mean, there are certain offenses, even like environmental offenses, that are regulatory that could have actually fines and jail in relation to how severe they could be. But that doesn't make it a criminal law for purposes of this definition. It's concurrent. So in the law, when we say it's concurrent jurisdiction, it means more than one government has authority over a particular offense. And maybe Judge Garrow will be talking a little bit about this as well in terms of concurrent authority. But the idea is that every Native nation has authority over its own people. The United States does not recognize tribal governments having authority over non-Indians in terms of criminal jurisdiction. That's just pure colonialism. We just essentially don't trust you with our people. And that goes back almost 50 years now. Concurrent. So if an offense occurs in Haudenosaunee territory, each one of the Haudenosaunee governments has authority to deal with that problem as it relates to its own people. But this says that the state jurisdiction is concurrent, and the state, under certain circumstances, if it's a crime, can also exercise jurisdiction and authority over that. And then there are also potentially federal charges, federal crimes that could be charged as well. So three governments, depending upon the assertion of authority, could have jurisdiction over an offense committed by a Haudenosaunee citizen in Haudenosaunee territories. Oh, 2 more minutes about just the basic rules, because they shift and they evolve over time. The federal government, and I've had wrestling matches with my colleagues when I was a law professor for many, many years over the legitimacy of US Supreme Court cases, acts of Congress that regulate and control indigenous peoples. And in my view, it's as much a colonial edict as the king rendering down some kind of verdict, that you have the Congress enacting laws like 25 USC 232. But the US Supreme Court really fills a lot of space here in terms of defining the relationship between the United States and tribal nations. And what's the reason? It's about the control. It's about the power. It's about the subjugation and the confiscation of land and wealth and other resources. That is the foundation problem that this whole body of law is designed to deal with. So at the national level, you have the same thing that's been going on at the state level. And why it's important, because it's shifting under the ground as we speak. 200 years ago, even the federal law very clearly acknowledged that Indian lands were not part of the state. That our nations were separate, that our jurisdiction and control was exclusive, and that only by treaty at the time could the federal government have an interference with that. But it was rooted in consent. 200 years later, and this was just a few weeks ago, the US Supreme Court flipped the entire foundation and confirmed in its view that Indian lands are part of the state. And it's been kind of out there for 20 years that the court has been saying this, but it was as naked as it could be in this Castro Huerta case, that the court, a majority of the court, considers Indian lands to be part of the state. And there's an awful lot of Chicken Little stuff going on right now, worrying about what that means for Native nations, if now that's foundation of other things beyond maybe criminal law, other areas of the law. There's a lot to cover, and I want to just sort of close by sharing with you, that there is a foundation of history, of law, of what the statute says, what it's supposed to do to give the state control legally over our affairs. Each one of our nations has evolved different responses. And we're going to hear from a few of our panelists here in a few minutes about how they have interacted with state and law enforcement. This is sort of a summary in terms of Oneida, St. Regis, Mohawk, and Cayuga have established police forces. These have been more in the model of the way outside law enforcement is structured. Internally, some of our nations do not have police forces. My nation has marshals who do not exercise criminal law enforcement powers, but do have constitutional authority to deal with public safety within the Seneca Nation. Primary law enforcement is exercised by the state police and the various county sheriffs. And that is a structure that seems common throughout all the 6 nations. And we're going to hear more about how that works in reality. I believe the Seneca Nation is the only territory that has a municipal authority, where we have a city government on our territory, which has its own police force and affects Seneca people. And then it's still true that the federal government exercises criminal jurisdiction, but it's more discretionary and it's generally considered for major offenses. So I am going to close with my segment to get us started. And I hope that was a good foundation to kind of get us settled. And then we're going to transition. So I'd like to call the panelists. I think we'll go, who did we, Onondaga first, I think was, we were going to go Judge Garrow, and then
we'll show the film, and then Counselor Seneca and Deputy Rosler will have you up to talk about law enforcement in practice. Should we take a short break? And we'll come back in 5 minutes or so. Oh. Goes online. Thank you for very much. See you shortly.
Oh, good.
Mouse after you click it.
Did you like it so far? Did you like it so far? No, do you like it so far?
No, but like, not what he said.
I had to get up and move focus. He was putting his.
I don't think hers is muted. Mine is muted.
Right here.
They're available.
Yeah.
If you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Secretary go from like the easiest to the hardest.
Yeah.
Yes, the host.
Yeah, the host, because the host, right? So like, it's a class. Like, take notes. I think the recording couldn't even get credit.
We also had that book at office too.
They could probably get notes though. Like, they don't have to go. But
Fix? Is it a permanent fix?
you're like, get
Other than booting Leela?
I hit unmute.
Yeah.
Or sorry, I hit mute, so, but I don't know if they muted themselves or it was because I did it, but yeah, I just scrolled over here.
Yeah.
Like I'll tap. You think we got it? Man, stuff.
Yeah, that's not a low.
Get them nauseous and it-
Not a low also, they just
Let me see.
made a donation.
Was that what it was? I thought I seen a thing
Yeah.
at Lowe's.
It's owned by the
Not that- not that respectful.
150 rooms,
Now it just doubled every.
OT hotel.
With everybody who's already in.
I know.
They have to also sign it.
And I put it like in the bathroom,
You'll see me when I'm underway.
in the bathroom in like the temporary because I closed the door. Thomas didn't close it. No. Yeah.
That's good.
It's not like a mad thing either. She's.
Happens again.
That's why I said lecture.
You kind of have to bounce back.
So we had our interview with Shrees Davids yesterday.
That's what I did before.
And
Yeah, so then.
we couldn't figure out,
Be able to.
yeah, couldn't figure out.
Myself.
And my mom's laptop is, I don't know how to work it. So I was equally as confused. And I kept getting her to log in.
Everybody and on.
And then it went. And I was like, yeah, they sent us a link. So they called my mom, like her assistant or whatever, my mom. To be like, hey, can I just send you a Zoom link? But my mom didn't know it was her assistant, but I was like, cool, that's what I need. And was like, hello, like answered all that. I was like, I'm talking to Shrees Davids assistant like that. I was like, she's trying to help you. It was good. It's audio.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. They are. Never really been in this building.
No. Fortis is completely outside the context of Castro Puerta.
Because.
It was just a unique case dealing with legal leases in 1942. But what it said was in New York at. Says Branford Laboratory. That's why the officials scrambled to go.
That's cool.
Clear grant of authority.
This,
Castro Huerta, I was trying to just convey backdrop rules. Used to
that's
be,
from
states have no jurisdiction
us
generally. Doing that.
with Troy.
In order to give the states jurisdiction, but now we're dealing with an environment where the court is saying, well, maybe the states have that jurisdiction anyways.
Wi-Fi.
I gotta get this.
Yeah, it should.
Because my mom was like, when
Bye-bye.
the sing, we would all bring our tape
A
recorder,
Cornell guest.
set them up on the bench. She's like, how
Go
do
to your
I was like, they just use it, but
I5 page.
just record like this.
Weird things about court got to the conclusion that
That
if the states, Indian lands, if Indian.
Just in time.
here you went.
Get some cookies.
Yeah, but
Yeah, you should.
For Indians,
All right with them.
Then also good.
Go back.
state
Here, let me see the,
alone.
should be right on your Wi-Fi page.
So we at the effect or the inverse effect of an act of Congress. 32 state jurisdiction, but the dormant effect of that is that the state doesn't get that grant approval, that the state doesn't have the power. That's why the court is sort of doing gymnastics around. Well, in New York, I would still argue. Where to. Because we have a specific statute. The negative effect of that statute is that it will repeal tomorrow. The state wouldn't have the power.
On a dog, but.
Yeah.
At this point.
Hi.
How old are they?
My mom had it.
Get there. Chief,
Yes.
clear the room, clear the hallway. Clear the room, clear the hallway.
You said this would be taped, right?
Shannon, you wanna go?
Come up here, right?
Okay, so we're gonna get going. Shannon Booth, Onondaga Nation is joining us. And we're gonna be.
Short and sweet.
Short and sweet.
Yeah.
How it works. Good. We do have a few people. Let's get them up here. Or the hallway.
Being busy.
No, we're going down.
Okay, second round of snacks. Very good. Sir, floor is yours.
So Scano Okwegwe, hello, everyone. My name is Shannon Booth from Onondaga Nation. I'm a representative for the Eel Clan. Eel Clan family in Onondaga, traditional government there. Leaders, like to say chief, but. So I work a lot with the sheriffs and kind of the law enforcement on the Onondaga Nation. We do not have law enforcement there. We have what we call Onondaga Nation Patrol, which are basically community members who work to pretty much keep the peace, right? Whenever we have domestic situations within our community or any kind of complications, depending on the severity, usually our leadership will deal with it. And it goes a lot by families. That's how it goes. I represent the Eel Clan. So we have different clans within our nation. So if a member of the Eel Clan has some kind of dispute or some kind of fight, something's going on, usually someone from our clan will get called. Usually it's me, and we'll go and we'll handle the situation, de-escalate it if we can. Now, if there's any criminal activity, assault or anything major that goes into that next level, we have a working agreement with the Onondaga County Sheriff's. That agreement was set up in the early 70s. Our chiefs, our leaders, on the nation. What happened previously to that was sheriffs and the state police basically patrolled our nation, our territories. Previous to that, to the 70s with this incident, there was a lot of, just of the way they treated our people wasn't good. It wasn't a good thing. And a lot of our people at home, kind of got fed up with that. And it did get kind of violent. Some officers did get beat up. There was a lot of things that happened and basically pushed them out. There's a lot of things that they had done in the past. our ceremonial house, our house, they would come and lock the doors, like put a lock on the door so that we couldn't enter the longhouse. You know, this is back in the 50s. So a lot of different things had led up to this point where our people finally just had enough and basically said no more law enforcement down on our nation and just, you know, pushed them out really and just kind of got a little violent. And so up until that point in the 70s, when this murder came, this is when they made the agreement with our leaders, the Onondaga County sheriffs. And basically what they said was that we'll have a working agreement where when these things happen within our community, we'll ask you to come and help, you know, solve these problems that we have as far as, you know, major crimes, I guess you would say, murder and rape, arson, all these other things. But primarily any kind of activity that happened within the nation is handled by the nation, by the leadership on the Onondaga Nation. This relationship we have with the sheriffs has been ongoing since the 70s. That's when it was, I guess, finalized, and it still upholds to this day. So anytime happens down on the Onondaga Nation, our patrol and our leadership respond to it first. Criminal, if it's you know, and law enforcement will be requested to ask them down. And there's different situations. So people outside the territory think it's lawless, right? They think, oh, Onondaga Nation cops, they all have this understanding that there's no police force. A lot of times what happens is we will get in trouble somewhere and there'll be a police chase them down onto the nation, right? Thinking that as soon as they get to the line, the cops will stop. That's not the case because we made an agreement saying that anytime there's chase coming into our nation, we would like them to pursue because we don't want any of that coming down into our community for the safety of our people, right? And they have their own laws where they'll let off, I guess, depending on how fast the chase is going, but it happens quite a bit. So we quite frequently get helicopters on our nation because of, you know, stolen cars. People will run to the nation, and 90% of the time it's not our people, which is a good thing, right? So it's a lot of the outside thinking that, you know, they can just come in because they know that we don't have a police presence. There's no law enforcement, but we do have this working relationship with them, which has been ongoing, and it's been good. The state troopers not happy about it because they want to have the agreement. The state troopers aren't allowed on the nation at all. Any kind of activity that happens within our community, it's the Onondaga County sheriffs who have a working relationship with. So other law enforcement agencies try requesting these meetings with us to sit down and have the same kind of agreement, but they have no need for a working relationship that we have with the sheriffs. Very respectful both ways, all of them. And we don't have any presence. What do you call the
BIA police?
Yeah, BIA police or FBI. We really have none of that in our nation. I think only one time we had a situation, and that was back in the 80s with Dennis Banks when he was a fugitive. He came to Onondaga seeking refuge, and asked the mayor or the governor, not the governor, it was Cuomo at the time, the old man, not to be extradited back to South Dakota. If he bombed a courthouse, accused of bombing a courthouse in South Dakota. And so he sought refuge in Onondaga Nation. And he came, and our leadership allowed him to come there. And so at the time, the troopers, the FBI, all the law enforcement was basically at the line of our nation. There was a big, you know, kind of a big standoff there where they had our chiefs, our older leaders, Leon Shenandoah Gehan. He was the old Taradaho, and he was the main leader at home at the time. And he met with the FBI and the troopers at the line of our nation. And he told them that, he said, you know, this is sovereign land. This is the Onondaga Nation. You have no jurisdiction here. You'll come down. You'll seek sanctuary here on our territory. And there's nothing you can do about it. Basically, that was the way it ended. And they acknowledged the Treaty of 1794, the Canandaigua Treaty, saying that we are a sovereign nation. That was acknowledged through the courts and through, you know, all law enforcement, which still exist today, but like Rob was saying, there's just a lot of holes and there's a lot of things that are going on, but that's, kind of one of the things that I remember. I was a young kid back then, but I always remember that because it was a time when the FBI, and they were around the nation. They were surrounded the nation, the FBI, the sheriffs, the troopers. Dennis stayed on our nation for, I think, 3 years, but they were everywhere. He could not leave. That was the thing. As soon as he left the nation, he was, we're gonna grab him. But that was just one of those things that I remember had happened in the past at home. So, pretty simple in Onondaga. We don't have police force, we don't have law enforcement, and we have a working relationship with the Onondaga County Sheriffs and criminal court, criminal acts. So domestic, say a man and a woman fight, she presses charges, it's out of our hands. They'll have to go to court if, go outside to Onondaga County Court, family court, those kind of things. We have child protective services. We work, we do a lot of things. We're not, we don't have any government programs, any federal programs like, other nations have, child services and all these things. Everything we have is funded primarily by us on a nation. And so we just have people, like I said, a lot of it is family works, like I was saying earlier, it goes back to the clan. So a lot of our work is still like that. There's a child needs to be placed adoption, or if a child's out. And we do work under ICWA. I know that's a huge thing that's going on, and we still follow that under there. But for criminal, for anything that happens, we also, the nation does have the authority to pull criminal cases out of court. We do have that authority to do that. We have the ability to go to courts with our people to represent them. Those are judgment calls, right? So, one of our young guys out partying and he gets boozed up and beats somebody up. Right? We do have a right to go and represent him, to go to court with him, but a lot of times we won't do that because we don't want to set a bad example, right? For those kind of cases, but there are certain things where leadership has come in, traffic violations, right? People getting tickets through the nation. Sometimes they'll get pulled over, maybe a headlight, just small things like that. We are able to go and read those kind of tickets, and it's all by choice of the, I guess, by the leaders who present themselves to the courts to do that. There used to be two leaders at home that did that quite often. They dealt with all the, basically everyone went to them. They had to go to court. So they would talk with them and they would go and represent them, but not always. Like I said, it was a judgment call. So it's almost like they're going to stick their neck out because of the relationships they made with the judges within the county. So someone comes in and says, yes, I know this man, I'm going to vouch for him and going to help work to, whatever how it goes in the system. They would do that. But it was, like I said, per their judgment. So that still exists. And we have a couple of guys that still do that at home. So for the most part, that's how it goes in Onondaga, right? Just a working relationship with the sheriffs, and that's about it. And there is a lot of requests at home for just like every community within the Haudenosaunee territories. We're seeing a lot of cases of drug use. We've seen a lot of cases of, there's a lot of things are getting bad out there. So there is a cry for some kind of enforcement on the nation within ourselves, to do more. So, we're kind of looking to see what we can do more. Talked about gated communities, a gated community at home to keep those, people out. Used to be a law in Onondaga, after dark, any non-residents had to leave the village. That's an old verbal. All our laws are verbal, right? Nothing's written in Onondaga. It's all oral laws. So the old laws that we've had, and kind of fallen away from that these days, right? Anymore, where that's one of the elders, the people at home, at home are saying. Well, we reinforce that log and saying that if you're not from this community after dark, you shouldn't be here. A lot of the drug activity that goes on within our nation, right? And it's just putting our heads together with things like that. But our people in our community do a good job of respecting one another as far as what we call self-governance and self-policing, right? That's what at home it's like. Everyone always talks about sovereignty, the true existence of sovereignty. And as you know, we're a traditional community. And so they go back to the great law a lot. We talk about the great law at home, and they talk about skando esfenotunyo. It's like a great peace. It's the peace of mind that you have. It's between each other. So it's just respect, right? So a lot of our people are still encouraged that way to be good to one another. And I think that helps us out a lot because of that upbringing and those traditional teachings we have. So our people have that respect for one another for the most part. But obviously you include alcohol and drugs, that goes out the window. So, we have a lot of the same problems other communities do. We just deal with it a little different. And that's about it. Any questions? No?
Curious about your agreement with the sheriff. And when did you negotiate the agreement, and how is the state staying out of it?
It was in 1970, I believe, 1970 or 71.
Okay.
And that was with the sheriff at the time. I'm not sure if it was Dylan or. Not just before my time. No.
Sure.
Born in the 70s.
It's always been there. I mean, from
Yes.
your memory.
Yeah, from my memory, it's always been there. I never grew up, there was never been sheriffs patrolling or state troopers, never any kind of law enforcement patrolling our nation. Like I said, the patrol was our community, right? It was kind of a community watchdog, right? Everyone look out for each other, and oddly enough, people are scared to come down on a nation for certain reasons. So we never had. On the road I grew up on it, where our longhouse is, it's called Hemlock Road, and I grew up there. And so not many people had cars back then in the first place, but very rarely did any non-resident come riding through the nation because they were scared, and I have a couple of instances why they were scared for certain reasons, right? There were times where someone in the community, a man would just stop a car and say, "What are you doing down here?" One of my uncles, he was notorious for that. Stop in a vehicle, walk right out on the road and say, "What are you doing here? What's your business down here?" Pull them out the car, shake them up. Don't come back down here. Look out for the kids. Kind of the way it was. And then as we got older, people got more cars. We had more traffic coming through. And there's people who still kind of do that. I've done that a couple of times. I've stopped and asked somebody what their business was down on a nation. You can see when you see somebody that stands out, right? Shouldn't be down there. And so we kind of police that. And like I said, we have a patrol. We call it their Nation Patrol, and they're set up in locations on the nation, and they have radios. They talk to one another, so we have a good eye on what's going on down there. But I think at this time we kind of things are just getting to that point where I think we have to do more now to protect our community, right? And that's just where we're at this point in time. So yeah, for that agreement, it was basically a sit down with the chiefs and the sheriff, the head deputy sheriff, and they made that agreement. There's never been we've never had any issues as far as the state trying to claim jurisdiction or anything of that matter, right? So, or as you know. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just to follow up on that, JC Seneca Nation. Thanks. When you said the community asking for more, what does that mean? What are they asking for? Like you said, you have nation people in certain areas.
More security.
You want security?
More security. And that's what I was talking about, where we talked about having a gated community. And that's that's what I meant by community, saying, have people out there. We do a good job what we're doing. A lot of people, sleep at night, and that's when they're more concerned, so. That's what they meant by, that's what I meant by more was having maybe a gated community shut down. We have 4 entrances onto our nation. We shut down 3 of them, have only 1 entrance at. We're asking, right? Kind of proposing, you know what I mean? Inconvenient for people that live on certain areas, you know, on the nation. And it's inconvenient for people that think to pass through. But, you know, that's up to us, right? That's what we're considering anyways.
All right.
It's primarily because of that, because of the things that happen at night, right?
Yeah.
What happens at night. Really sleep good at night, right? So that's one of the things. And that's what they meant by, because we've seen the drug issue. We've seen the problems escalate quite a bit, and the legalization of marijuana, that kind of made things a little bit difficult too at home, because now, you know, our people are saying it's legal in the state, and we're saying, well, not New York State, it's not legal here.
Yeah.
No, we don't accept that here. It's up to you, right? That's what we tell our people. It's up to you. You can do whatever you want. We're not going to judge you for it, but we're not going to allow it. We're not going to accept it. That's our stance at home, right? A lot of debate about that. And like I told you, we were traditional people, and we were told got to go for Daniels. That's a mind changer now, right? And so that's why we stand behind that. We won't accept that, or alcohol or other kind of things. And I do know it has medicinal purposes. I will not deny it, you know. But my teachings tell me that's got to go Haudenosaunee. And that's what our people say at home. And that's why that we have that, you know, and there's a little conflict there too, right? Because you got people that want to go that way, you know. We have the jurisdiction at home to allow it or disallow it. If someone tried to, I guess, go about that way to start a business or, you know, what have you, then it'd be that jurisdiction would fall back into us to deal with it how we will. And a lot of times with certain situations we fall into, you know, we have that relationship with the sheriffs, and the sheriffs are always reminding us, you're the Onondaga Nation. You have jurisdiction. You deal with it how you want. If you need us, we'll be here. And that's the relationship we have. And I guess that's what our ancestors left for us. So we're very fortunate of that, to keep policing ourselves that way. So, you know, that's what we continue on doing, trying to keep that way going, that way of life.
No.
Good question to the back.
Yeah, Dustin Parker, Gasco, how does the Onondaga Nation handle land disputes or transactions?
So we have matrilineal law in Onondaga Nation. All lands were supposed to go to. Now in the past hasn't been that way. It's been going to different men in the communities. So any kind of dispute is handled, like we say, traditionally. We try to follow the laws. So if a brother and a sister are fighting over land, most likely if she's eligible, land will go to her. So there's different restrictions on who can own land too, right? We have different laws that state who can and can't own land. If you marry out, you're exempt from owning land. You lose your rights as an Onondaga to own land, to hold land. You use your rights to have a voice within our nation. Those are the laws that Onondaga. In those land disputes, it's always plans that we'll deal with them. We'll try to deal with the family first. Families will try to hash it out on their own. They'll bring the immediate family there. If they can't do it, then they'll bring in leadership from the clan, and they'll try to help it. And if it can't be resolved then they'll go into the longhouse in front of the whole council, and they'll help resolve it. But we always try to stay true to that matrilineal laws to the women, right? They are the inherent owners of the land, and we try to follow that as best we can. And saying at home is the feast is law of the land. Whatever happens at a death feast of somebody, what's said in that feast is law. That's the way it goes. If that was their wishes. So if someone passed and they wished for their land to go to their brother instead of their kids, and that's the way it goes. It was his decision. But it gets us in this mix up where we're saying all these years it was women who own the land. The women are supposed to own the land. You know, in our family, all women own our land. You know, the land I live on, I have a Seneca wife living on Onondaga. My wife and my children have no rights to my land. All my land belongs to my sister. You know, so I live there. It's my house. I built it. Family lives there. That's her land, right? So that's how we resolve our land conflicts. Just in that way.
Well, thank you, sir, for your presentation.
I'm honored to introduce my longtime friend and colleague, the Honorable Carrie Garrow, Chief Judge of the St. Regis Mohawk Tribal Court. We'll talk a little bit about the St. Regis Mohawk criminal justice system.
Did I miss anything?
What's the best way? Just sit here?
By the table.
Okay. The camera's up there. Is it going? Is that how it goes?
Okay.
See if it works. You see?
Yeah.
All right.
All these people over here can't see me, but.
Okay. I don't know what to tell you.
All right. Go over this way? I don't know. Is it possible?
Let's try that. See, we can share up here.
I don't know if the camera will be able to see. Camera won't see.
Oh, the camera's up there. It should work.
All right.
Could do that.
Oh, yeah.
Again, my high, fancy technology and things set up.
All right. Works for me. All right, Seiko. I just don't want to knock this over. All right. Well, thank you, Rob. It's nice to be back. I haven't been back to Cornell in years, so and it's nice to see familiar faces. Hello to Zoom land as well. I saw some familiar faces there. As Rob said, I'm from Haudenosaunee, and I've been the chief judge there since 2016 in July. So I just wanted to build on a couple things that Rob said before I talk about policing in our territory. So, and I just love the way, and of course, Rob and I used to teach together, so, and work together and have written together. And I loved how we talked about New York's sole purpose in their goals in life, essentially being the Empire State, is to assimilate us, right? And to gain control over our territories. And if you're a colonizer, there are some really important tools in your toolbox that you use. And one of them is education, right? And we saw that originally sending teachers out into our territories, and then the boarding schools. And if you go back and read the committee reports that Rob was referring to, when the boarding schools were maybe not being as effective as they hoped, then they said, well, let's start busing the Indian kids back into the schools, the public schools, not on the territory necessarily, again, to help them with this assimilation process. And then along with that, then you have our children who are being removed. Either they went to boarding school, but also they went to foster homes and were adopted out. And that is borne out in the testimony as they were investigating what was happening in the 70s and eventually ended in the Indian Child Welfare Act. And so there were high rates in New York State here as well, removing our kids and putting them in foster care. Because again, that's a very effective tool to assimilate and to colonize. And the sole goal was the land, right? And then the Fornes case rolls around, and as Rob said, total, slap in the face to New York State, who for so long had been encroaching and moving in, because another effective tool in colonizing is policing, right? And so the British figured that out when they colonized India, right? And then the federal government here in the States took that same concept and introduced it into a lot of territories in the West through the BIA, and appointing people in our community to be BIA agents and BIA police. And you also had courts that were run by the federal government, because again, and they were enforcing Western law, not tribal customs and traditions. And so that's really an effective wheel or tool. And then New York State jumps into that bandwagon when all of a sudden they can't the court tell them that they can't, and then so they go to Congress and tell this story about all the horrible things that are happening on their territory, on our territories, and there's wild lawlessness, which was just not happening at the time. And I always like to talk about how sovereignty is a muscle, right? And so if you exercise that muscle, you get stronger and stronger, and there are different exercises you can do to strengthen different ways. And policing and courts and justice systems are part of exercising that sovereignty. And as sovereign nations, we have a right to do policing, and we can do it whatever way we want, right? It doesn't, that's our right to decide. We could do, as lawyers, we always love to quibble, well, is that civil? Is that criminal? Right? And we spend a lot of time, but it's really just protect, like our community is like, we don't really care. We just want to be safe, right? You know, and maybe that comes through gating, you know, just having more people present. I mean, whatever that is, we have that right to do that. And New York has done a really good job ever since they managed to go to Congress and get Section 232, telling us, oh, you can't do that. Oh, you can't do that. You can't do that. Oh, and I'm not surprised if the state troopers would love to sit down with you. And so they could have a presence in your territory, right? Because that's how they control things that are going on and have that presence. But like Rob said, it is concurrent. We never gave up we never consented to 232. We never gave up our jurisdiction. It just for, you know, and I've talked to people, you know, in my territory, I used to work in California, and I was very fortunate. They're what we call a public law 280 that happened after. So the state has concurrent criminal jurisdiction. And I was a deputy district attorney for a county, and I used to work with some of the bands, the native bands that are out there. And, you know, talk to them, and they would say, well, the county says we can't have police. And I say, no, you can. You can. You are a sovereign nation, you can do whatever you want. Then the question becomes, are they going to recognize your police? And sometimes there's, you know, even litigation about that. And so you find a lot of nations who do decide to go the Western policing route. They train their officers in the way that either state or federal officers are trained to get that recognition, that respect. And another great tool in your sovereignty toolbox that you see a lot of policing doing is these cross deputization agreements. One, it's about respect, but it's also about backup, right? Most of our communities are really small. And so we have these agreements that, you know, when we call, you will come. And so we sit down when there's not an emergency, and so they'll come. And that's part of our exercising our sovereignty. And you know, you see that across nations. So in Akwesasne or St. Regis, and so those of you who aren't familiar with Akwesasne, we have the international US-Canadian border that runs through us and makes our life really interesting. And so I work in the southern portion, and my court has jurisdiction in the southern portion. And so in the southern portion, we, the tribe actually started its own police force in the 70s. That was disbanded after a while, wasn't really going all that well. But then the community wanted it to come back. And so the tribe, through our tribal council resolutions, they reformed the tribal in the 90s. And then again, because we have that sovereign right, began working on jurisdictional agreements, and being on the border, that is also critically important. And so actually one of the first agreements they had was with our county, right? Very similar to Onondaga. And it was a cross deputization agreement. But that eventually was rescinded by the county. And that's a whole nother story. But it was also during the whole land claim civil litigation that was going on, you know, late 90s. And so everything was hot and heavy, and everybody was hating each other and not getting along well. But eventually, our tribe was able to work with the state, and then the state enacted legislation in the early 2000s, actually it's 2005, where the state passed legislation essentially deputizing our tribal police officers as state troopers, so they can actually enforce state law. Now, their officers have to meet all the requirements of whatever a state trooper would have to. And years ago, when I was still working at the center, with Rob, was doing some work with our police commission. And that was a struggle back then. A lot of our people were not meeting the qualifications. And so I think we've gotten a little bit better at that. But that's what we do now. That's what our police officers do now, is that we don't have a tribal criminal code that you would see on a lot of nations that don't have concurrent criminal jurisdiction, because they're the only ones who can do it, right? They're not working with a state or anything like that. And so they enforce state criminal law, and then they arrest someone. They actually go into the town court, which is outside of our jurisdiction. So it's county court. And then, the person may, end up on county or state probation. And as well, we also have the feds there as well, especially because we're on the border, and our police work very closely with them because there's a lot of border crossing issues. So you will see sometimes, unfortunately, some of our people get picked up on federal charges. They're usually drug charges or smuggling charges. And so that's an issue as well. So there's a lot of players in our community. And I have to say, things have really changed over the years, because as the tribal police got that recognition from the state, I will say a lot of the state actors aren't around as much. And the tribal police handle most issues. Now, of course, they have agreements where backup will come, border patrol or whoever is necessary. But they do most of that. So as a judge, all the cases I do land disputes, I do all civil stuff. We have a traffic court, we have traffic judges that do that, because our police, so if you're speeding through our territory and our tribal police pull you over, they have an option. They can give you a tribal ticket and you can appear in front of our tribal traffic court judges. And that's the best place to be, because you won't get points on your license. And the fines are not as big, and we won't call your insurance. So you ask them, and I'm not trying to earn money for my court, but you want a tribal ticket now, but they can also issue a New York State ticket as well, right? Because they have that authority. So, and that's at their discretion. And it's just interesting. Sometimes people ask me, how do you do, like, things are kind of different at Akwesasne. You got the international border, your tribal police are exercising state powers. Like, how do you just work through all that? And how does that work? And the answer is, we've always been like this, and this is how we do things, because we've always had to deal with the border. We've always had to deal with New York State. And so our community as well has issues dealing with alcohol and drug abuse. And so what we do in my court system, even though I'm not handling the criminal cases, is what happens is I run a healing to wellness court. That's our drug court. And so our people, when they go into town court and are charged with a misdemeanor, either driving under the influence or drug possession or something related to substance abuse, our coordinator, works with the judge there, works with the defense attorney, the prosecutor, and typically as a term of probation, that individual will be required to come to our healing to wellness court and work with us. The minimum is a year. It's a long process. Learning to live in recovery is a long process, and we're there to support them. It's been successful. It's hard work. Last year, we got our first person referred to us officially, because you can also a person can come voluntarily. If they're willing to work with us, we will work with you. But we got our first referral from the Canadian courts, because our team is international, because we live on the board and our people can just go back and forth. And that's one of the concerns of the outside court system, is that, well, if I don't, put you in jail, if I let you out in bail, well, you're just going to run across, over into the northern portion of our territory and wave. And, the county people can't do anything about it, but we can, right? So people on our team can go across the border, and we also work with the tribal programs on the northern side of the justice programs. And so we're able to do home visits, and a lot of our people, when they come to us from the county court, a lot of times they may also have a case in the Canadian courts. And so that's why we work together to try to get them so they can freely cross the border and not be worried about, oh, I'm going to go, to visit grandma in the northern part of my territory, but then I'm going to end up in jail because I have a warrant out there as well. And so that's our goal, is to clean up all their warrants. And so it can be difficult, but it's also exciting. You know, we got a referral from the Canadian courts and that was huge for us. Like you're recognizing the good work that we do and we haven't been able to convince the federal probation officers to refer their people, but we've had people on with federal charges come to us and say, can we work with you? I want to learn to live in recovery and can you help me with that? And we say, absolutely. And so we do that. And that's exciting. And that's how we work around all these jurisdictional issues. One of the things, and I'll pretty much close with this and happy to take questions, is that, so right now our community is working, we're doing a strategic plan. We got a grant from the Federal Department of Justice to engage in a conversation with our community about, are you happy with New York State criminal jurisdiction? Is this what you want? Do you want something different? Do you want the tribe to do? Do you want them to come to tribal court? And what would that look like? Because we don't want to just mimic the county court, because you can just go to county court, right, and do that. But how would you, what would be a way to do it? And so that we also use our own culture, use restorative practices and restore those people to the community, as opposed to just recycling through the system, because that's what happens, right? For the most part is these people, they go off to jail, but they always come home, right? And sometimes when they come home from jail, they have a lot more problems and then we're left with that. And so we're excited. We have a great project manager, been working on collecting a lot of data, doing conversations in the community, and also trying to get data out of New York State, which is a whole topic. We should talk about that sometime. Yeah, and actually they've been pretty good. They just, unfortunately, the state does not collect the data in a way that's really helpful for our communities, because no surprise, they don't collect data. And so we could tell, oh yes, this is our Mohawk people. If they're more lucky, they might check the box that they're native, right? And then, you know, it can be very hard. But we're working on that, and we're excited to share that with our community, and then see what happens from there, to see what they have to say. But with that, I'll stop and see if there are any questions.
Great. Morning, JC Seneca. How you doing?
Hi.
I was curious in 2005 when the state authorized Haudenosaunee to have state police.
Mm-hmm.
Was that an initiative through community, or was this something that the government did?
So that my understanding.
How did they take that?
Yeah, no, my understanding is this was a mutual, this was something that our tribal council worked on with the state to get this legislation so our police could have state authority. We have, you know, I don't know if you've ever had a chance to visit us, but we have a pretty busy area where people cross through our territory, and the casino as well. And so it was not heavy-handed. It was not the state saying we're going to do this. It was requested.
I was, I guess, more looking at the community's involvement or
Right.
input, moving
Mhm.
that direction.
Right.
Allow the
Right.
Haudenosaunee to have
Right.
basically state police.
Right. So, and that's a good question. I don't necessarily know the answer to that. I was actually working at SU at the time. And I don't remember a lot of community discussion about it, but we also have monthly meetings. And so I'm sure it was discussed there, you know. And so, you know, and the interesting thing is even though, like I said, even though our tribal police, they have state authority, it used to be, especially after in the late 90s, where we had a dispute on our territory, where the tribal or the state police were present all the time, is now we don't see their cars anymore, because the tribal police are, even though they're enforcing state law, they're the primary authority. So it's rare that you see a trooper on the reservation now, as opposed to pre this law. And usually if they're there, they're at the police station, right? Or they're responding to an incident. So it's very interesting, right? That our tribal police are enforcing state law, but it's not like it used to be, where you couldn't turn around and there was a trooper on our reservation. When that was late 80s, early 90s. during some of the
Next
programs.
to follow up, because it kind of ties into the consent, because your early comments
Mhm.
about effective colonialism
Mhm,
involve the self-policing
mhm.
using the colonizers' laws and institutions.
Right.
And yet that seems to be what is happening with your nation. It
Yes.
is the incorporation of the state's jurisdiction
Mhm.
into your own integrated policing system.
And it's interesting because that's one thing I forgot to mention is, so we do our police, they do all this work for the state. We don't get any money from the state for policing. So I don't know how familiar you are with, misdemeanor crimes and felonies, but there's usually fines attached.
Yeah.
Right? All that money goes,
Really?
yes, we get nothing. And so it, on the one hand, you want law and order in your community, but then when I put my academic hat on and I'm like, this is a great way to continue, because they're just enforcing state law, right? They're not, except for, our police who have discretion and are able to, refer people to different programs in the community, and run different type diversions or bring, people from county court into healing to wellness. You are being funneled into the state criminal justice system.
So the related point is that you also said that you don't have your own criminal law.
Correct.
As a tribal law, but I think what you were also saying though is you have a drug court,
Mhm.
you have your own offenses. So, but you do have some of your companion tribal laws that work somewhat in tandem.
Absolutely.
Is that how it works?
Absolutely. And I have to say, we have a pretty decent working relationship, like with the town judges, that they're, willing, to send people to our healing to wellness court. We've had good relationships, with most DAs, and, the county judges who do all the felony cases. And so, that's kind of our philosophy as well. We make this work. But I do think, looking back at, when I was younger and working in the community and listening to some of my elders, I think New York has done a really good job at telling us you can't do that. And sometimes you still hear that in the community. You can't do that. Just stick with what you have, because that seems to be working really well. And I think that's part of our question as we do the strategic planning. Is it working well, and what is well? Right? Is it successful? Just, we arrest people and we put them in the justice system and then they come back maybe a little bit worse. Or are we doing something to help these people? And there will always be people that need to go to jail, unfortunately.
Hey, you said that the tribal police were disbanded in the 70s and then reformed in the 90s. One, what did they do for 20 years?
Yeah.
And then two, in the 90s, was the catalyst the Civil War that was going on?
That is a good question. So in the interim, if there was a problem, you called the state police. We obviously there are county sheriffs, but they were a little bit more reluctant. And so if you had a problem, you called the state troopers. The catalyst, it may have been that. I do remember also, again, doing a community-wide survey to see what the community wanted. And I do believe it might have been after the unrest. So, I really think, my recollection of it and going back and looking through some of the documents, it was really what the community wanted. Instead of having the state troopers present, they wanted our own police. They wanted to try it again. Yeah.
And you all arrived at that consensus by doing what, surveys?
There was a community-wide survey done, and often, and so in order to So the community often voices their opinion, those who are interested, in monthly meetings. So every month council has a meeting, and that's, reports on the different projects that they're working on. Yeah.
Okay, one more question.
Do you find that having police who have state is more effective in protecting women from assault? Because most assaults are from outside.
That's a really good question. And I learned something interesting through the strategic planning is, so we're very fortunate. We have a phenomenal advocacy program, our Three Sisters, which does domestic violence and sexual assault. And what they have reported to us is that in our community, most of the violence is from people in the community. Whereas outside, like a lot of other territories, you hear that statistic is usually non-native. So, and we're fortunate, we do have one officer who does all the children sexual assault, and she's excellent at that. There is a county child advocacy center. I think for me personally, it's not necessarily, I think the tribal police, it's sometimes the stories I hear, what happens to these women when they go into court. So one of the things that I spend a lot of time talking about with my staff, and I go to training on is being what we call trauma informed. And so the minute a person walks in the court door, how are they feeling? And what are we doing? What's the language that we're using, and how are we being respectful? So we call our area of New York the North Country. I would say they're still working on that, and the North Country being trauma informed in some of their courts. And so that's my main concern is that, and I hear this, from some, because right now, if you want a restraining order against your offender, and there you can go and get a civil one, but you have to again go into town court, and I've heard it hasn't been very welcoming to a lot of our victims.
Very good.
All right,
Judge Carroll, thank you very much.
you.
So we are, as I suspected, gripped in exciting conversation about these topics, and we're a little behind on our schedule. But what I'd like to do, because Judge Guerrero did highlight the troubles, there were some troubles, mainly in the 1990s in many of our nations. And what I'd like to do is I have a documentary film. I'm not going to run the whole 30 minutes. I'm just going to tease you with 10 minutes of it. And the good news is the Indians win. So it's one of these rare videos of against colonialism. But I want to share it with you because to give you context. And then I want to invite Councilor Seneca up to discuss his perspectives and experiences, an official of our nation, both at that time and currently. And then Andrew Rosler, my brother, who was a sheriff's deputy for 26 years till he just recently retired, spending a lot of his work and effort in his life helping Senecas in our nation. So I'm going to get this teed up. If anyone needs to take a short break, please do that. I'm sure it'll take me here. I'm going to get this teed up.
Your domestic violence, JC, have you ever met or a person that may be of a good interest? Mary Trevor.
Oh, yeah. What's his name? He's trying to get me hooked.
Big justice.
What's her name?
Federal.
Name, Russ?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
He's been trying to get me.
Mary is a
Go
close
meet
friend of
with
mine.
her,
Yep.
or with her program.
Yeah,
I just
Rob-
haven't had a chance to.
Not that much money.
Mary Travers, I did some stories about her. She's wonderful. She's John Murphy's wife.
It's the friend with her brother. Back when I was younger.
They opened a
You have our stuff.
on Grand Island.
Which one's?
This is mine.
We'll just put it on the agenda of things that. FAC state federal. F
Yeah. Bill.
JC state.
July 9, 19. The New York State Appeals Court ruled unanimously Garcia Brothers versus the New York.
What the deal is with the darn video.
It was ridiculous. They like eventually.
I disagree strongly. We needed some partial credit on this. Like, I never really do it. Me? Yeah. It's still there.
You not didn't know I drew.
Yeah.
I didn't do that.
No.
Unless it actually, it was deep bleeded. That was deep. It looks like how you, I cut my nails, too. My, on real suit tonight. Yeah, good. I have my real suit. People show up against it. I don't think so. That was fun. I don't think they will.
That's what I said yesterday, and a bunch of people showed up. It's not getting paid.
Has anybody asked you?
No.
I think like really obvious.
I don't know where to do any. There was one that was like, I noticed it after I got back in practice. It was like over.
A nail check for this game. We'll run nail check.
This one's good now.
But yeah.
I did myself.
Yeah.
I still don't know if that was me though.
It was huge. But it wasn't as it was like
Just like a brute.
well, it was red. It wasn't purple. No, it was red. She's beating me up. Attacking me. You did worse, dude.
Just, water polo things.
I made one move that was good, and then she's like, "I'm gonna beat you the rest of practice."
Break your spirit.
Yeah, like you were not allowed to do that to me ever again.
I don't like it. It's not fun. It was fun.
Got you good, dude. They should have passed it to me.
They really didn't. They really said no. They really didn't trust you. They were like, whatever.
The thing is, I had my left hand back, but I'm a lefty. I shot my one goal with left hand.
Big bruise. I'm trying to.
Oh, not here. That's a scratch.
So I
That is a birthmark.
Yeah, that was a
Funny
bruise.
though. No, she. I think the other place
and
too.
the scratch.
I have
It's the same thing.
a mark on my leg from her.
You didn't get me.
No, I didn't. Did I?
Okay.
It's nice.
Oh, whatever. Play nice, sure. I just don't prove.
Yeah.
I didn't have long nails. They were not, mine were like.
Good talk up there, man.
Oh,
I
Appreciate that.
guarding you at points, so it's you can't really judge me. And I back off of you on.
I think it did, but that's loading.
So like I let you have some space.
I know.
So I'm tired, so I don't.
In a day with you.
Computer?
I
know they were.
a break there.
Yeah.
But it's. You don't
Yeah.
care about.
Come down to help me again with the.
Dude, now, so if somebody like.
Oh, yes.
Hear ye.
Oh, you got it.
Jurisdiction over
Okay.
Still
Oh, yeah.
Tell us, or you can.
Hey, Matt.
Got it.
Exactly, I agree. And we get together in times of crisis.
Yeah, we always
do.
It's like family.
Yeah, right. We had some good meetings together in the past, and now I'm back on the phone board. So that's one of my initiatives I want to do. I want to try to.
And we're playing tonight.
Yeah.
Really pop. He was asking.
Like their Kennedy school.
Yeah.
She does.
Three right now.
So we're having a breakfast. Really like. Yeah, we have a student. No, even though.
Right now, if you even want to work. Sometimes separate. Have to coordinate.
Thank you.
You may not necessarily.
No, I've got it. Nice to get out of.
Something.
Yeah.
Don't want to get rid of it. That's a lot for you. Emily, I had some of those moments. I had been changing.
That's what they want. Gonna pull us apart, so we're not. You gotta.
It's like maybe I made a wrong decision and then they got it.
Looking at right now. It's going to DC tomorrow.
I don't know.
Are you going down? Yeah, for the 18th? Yeah. I don't.
I'm not. I'll see what you can do. I'll see where you.
That'll be good. Because this is the time we need to come in. The exposition, you know.
We get going?
Yeah, we'll have. And
All right, we're back.
I have a lot of questions. I don't really know anything.
Yeah. Happy to,
I think it's-
okay, all right. I'll just write it down for you.
So just a little bit of context. So, not too long ago, no one had any money. Our economies were completely decimated. And 1980s in the Haudenosaunee territories began a real emergence of the and it came in a couple of different forms. Primarily, inapplicability of any taxes to natives. The concept is still largely intact, matter of recognized federal law. In many of our nations, that involved our governments getting involved in commerce, selling cigarettes, no state taxes, tobacco products, motor fuel. And a couple of occasions, Hawks and Senecas in particular, there emerged private sector, native owned, individual businesses as well. The state, not surprisingly, didn't like this. And starting back in the mid 1970s, elsewhere outside New York, Supreme Court decisions of the United States government started to come down, embracing this hostile idea that when a non-Indian comes onto native lands, that the taxes that person is not paying should be collected by the tribal government or the native business for the benefit of the state. So the forces of that led to the evolution of conflicts throughout the Six Nations. But this documentary was done, I call it the 1992 war between the Seneca Nation and the state of New York. There were other conflicts that were part of what was going on throughout the Six Nations. Judge Garrow mentioned some of the conflicts have relationships to commerce, gaming. There was a lot of turmoil going on throughout our nations during this time period. And I wanted to share some of this with you. I've read it all day. I just found it. And I'm going to cut it off before we get to see the 28-year-old me. That's a really. Councilor Seneca is much more robust than. But some of our community leaders that Senecas know are in here. And but I do want to have a chance for more discussion. But you've got the link. You'll have a chance to finish it up, but it does have a happy ending, sort of. So, but I'm going to run it.
On Thursday, July 9th, 1992, a New York State appeals court ruled unanimously in the case of Atiyeh brothers.
Sorry, I got two speakers going on. Oh, that's right.
You put the headphones in and that fixes the problem.
The headphones are in.
Versus the New York State Department of Taxation and Finance, that the state could tax goods sold to non-Indians on reservations in New York State. On the Seneca Nation reservations in western New York, the decision sparked 8 days of unrest and ignited a substantial grassroots reaction. To understand the intensity of Seneca reaction to the Atiyeh tax decision, one must first understand who the Senecas are, their special treaty status with regard to their territories, and the immediate economic impact the ATIA decision would have upon the economy of the Seneca Nation. The Senecas are one of 6 Iroquois tribes in New York State. Known as Keepers of the Western Door, the tribe once occupied all of the land in western New York and a portion in northern Pennsylvania. The Canandaigua Treaty of Peace in 1794 between the federal government and tribes of the 6 nations established the Senecas' present-day reservations. The treaty promised, among other things, that the Senecas would never be disturbed in the free use and enjoyment of their lands. The Allegheny Reservation comprises 30,470 acres, nearly 10,000 of which were inundated by the Kinzua Reservoir in 1964. The reservation extends from the Pennsylvania border eastward and upriver to Vandalia, New York. Nearly the entire city of Salamanca is situated within the Allegheny Reservation boundaries. The Southern Tier Expressway, Route 17, bisects the greater portion of the reservation. The Cattaraugus Reservation encompasses 21,680 acres and extends along the Cattaraugus Creek from the shores of Lake Erie to Gowanda, New York. A portion of the New York State Thruway passes through this reservation. Although Seneca citizens pay federal income and excise taxes, their treaties have exempted them from all state taxes on the reservations. Taxation of sales to non-Indians had never been an issue during the many years Seneca sold produce, souvenirs, and artwork out of their homes and along reservation roadsides. It wasn't until Seneca entrepreneurs and the tribe itself entered the motor fuel and cigarette markets that taxes became a matter of serious concern to the New York State Department of Taxation and Finance. The state's repeated increases in taxes on these items strengthened the Senecas' marketing advantage, enabling them to sell their merchandise at substantially reduced prices, free of all New York State taxes. And it has been largely upon their enterprise revenues that the tribe has improved its economic situation, funding community projects such as daycare, recreation, law enforcement, higher education, and services to the elderly, to name a few. The July 9th court decision stunned the Seneca community, particularly in view of the fact that 1992 marked the 150-year anniversary of the treaty at Buffalo Creek. The Buffalo Creek Compromise Treaty of 1842 restored certain lands to the tribe which had been swindled from them in 1838. New York State was a party to the treaty, which states that the influence of the United States will be solicited to protect such of the lands of the Senecas within the state of New York from all taxes and assessments for roads, highways, and other purposes for as long as the lands remain in the Senecas' possession. The day following the court decision, Short's Oil Company of Wellsville, the nation's fuel supplier, required that sales tax money be escrowed prior to any future deliveries by them. At a hastily convened session of tribal council on Sunday morning, 10 of 16 councilors voted to establish a line of credit for cash and carry service by a supplier who would deliver tax-free fuel. A group of Senecas had already begun to generate literature stating their position on the tax issue, and for the next several days, community volunteers handed out the flyers to passing motorists along routes 5 and 20 in Irving. Larry Balla, a founding member of the Seneca Coalition Against Taxes, SCAT, recalls how the community mobilized.
My initial response was just very contemplative, to take a look at where we were and what avenues were open to us. Events then took over very quickly on their own when some of our citizens started taking the protest out to the surrounding communities by burning tires on the Thruway and Route 17. And it was our way of informing the surrounding communities that New York State was about to violate a treaty with us.
Banners were hung across a thruway overpass on the Cattaraugus Reservation. Pickets took up their position along routes 5 and 20, and soon the non-Indian public began to demonstrate their support of the Senecas by signing petitions at local businesses and by driving with their headlights on and honking. Despite obvious public support of the Seneca Nation's position, representatives of the state's tax bureaucracy remained adamant that the ruling would be enforced. Joseph Krangle of Block and Colucci, the Seneca's general counsel, explains the difference between the public and bureaucratic perspective on treaties.
The general public is very supportive of Indian rights, the rights of Indians to conduct commerce on the reservations, to conduct their government as they see fit. When you're dealing with the bureaucrat, whether it be in Albany or perhaps even in some of the offices in Washington, you have a different situation. And particularly here in New York State, which we believe is very, very unique. They don't draw the conclusions that these treaties are still alive and very valid. They look more upon it as some sort of a historical document of something that happened in the past. And they fail to understand what the uniqueness of the treaties in New York, the historical backdrop of how they were entered into. These were not treaties negotiated by any nation that was defeated in battle.
Media attention to the issue was slight initially, but when a group of Senecas set fire to a pile of tires on Seneca property alongside the New York State Thruway on Monday afternoon, the media and the state took notice. By now, fuel reserves had been exhausted, and the tribe's pumps were forced to close. Tire fires burned throughout the night. Senecas on the Allegheny Reservation joined the campaign on Tuesday as public support of the Seneca position continued to gain momentum.
If it gives us a break, fine. We pay enough taxes as it is.
Been buying gas and cigarettes there for 10 years or more.
So you have a stake in this?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
I support them all the way. I believe that they had their treaty and everything else, that they should be able to get what they want.
A lot of the retailers are sticking together with the Indians because the Indians bring us business. They've increased my business by increasing their business by selling more gas, more cigarettes. They're bringing people into our county, and they're increasing my business.
Our Indians aren't getting rich on selling all the gas. You know, they aren't. There's people that go to the Indians for gas, and there's other people that won't drive down there to get it. So I don't see where we're losing that much money.
Most of you responding agree that, at least in principle, you do agree with the Native American leaders. The results, 20% of you thought that New York State should be allowed to collect those taxes, but 80% say no. Our thanks to all of those.
The tribe's new supplier, Valvo Transport of Irving, delivered its first shipments of fuel to the nation's service stations on Wednesday. By late Wednesday afternoon, steadily increasing public support and the tenacity of Seneca demonstrators prompted the dispatch of additional state police troops to the Cattaraugus Reservation, many of them in riot gear, with nightsticks and police dogs at their sides. The state's visibly confrontational stance escalated tensions significantly, and what had been a peaceful demonstration process began to erupt in physical struggles between unarmed Indians and an ever-growing number of armed law enforcement officers.
What to do on our own land. You're here to help the situation out, and you're not helping it. You're pushing people into fighting.
Attempts by the tribe to have the governor intercede were futile. Tribal leaders were told that Governor Cuomo, who was at the National Democratic Convention in New York City, could not be reached.
Kid, a new voice for a new America, because I love New York, because I love America, I nominate for the...
At about 7:15 Wednesday evening, troopers closed an 11-mile stretch of the New York State Thruway, claiming the action was due to fires spilling onto the shoulder of the road.
We aren't going to demonstrate with any violence. We can, stay away from that. There isn't going to be any firearms and nobody's going to be involved where alcohol is concerned. It's just going to be a peaceful demonstration against the state of New York.
Lands that the state police patrol are Indian lands. They run through our reservation. The state has an easement. And if our people choose to be on the banks and choose to walk the shoulder, they have that right.
Small groups of Senecas had gathered on each of the 2 thruway bridges after dark. Sometime between 12 and 12:30 in the morning, someone on the bridge tossed a firecracker onto the thruway, and the troopers stormed up the embankment and onto the bridge. Marcia Thompson, an Allegheny Seneca, recalls the assault.
We saw them come from Mile Strip down to the 438 bridge. They parked underneath, so we didn't know how many more were coming. We didn't expect any violent confrontation or anything. And at that point, we didn't know what they were going to do. We just saw them all lined up, and then we saw them in motion. We saw them go in motion. They had at least 20, on both sides of just the troopers that were in the columns, and then they had a unit of dogs with their handlers. There was a group of people that stopped them from coming up, and they were telling them that they had no business here. This is Indian land, you don't have any business here. They pushed their way through. Everybody just started to run, and the dogs were barking, and you could see the troopers swinging their sticks, hitting these people that were already on the ground that the dogs had brought down. And it was awful.
A similar assault then followed at the Mile Strip Road thruway bridge, where Hank Doctor, a Cattaraugus Seneca who had come looking for his son, was trapped in the violence.
And the state trooper smashed the windows out in the car right in front of me, so I didn't get in my car. I stood right next to it. The state troopers came and they leaned in my car looking for my keys. They asked me where my keys were at, and I said, in my pocket. One grabbed me by the hair, one on each side of me. They tried to knock me down. I said, I'm handicapped, and they told me they didn't give a shit. And they tried to knock me down, and I couldn't go down, so finally I had 5 state troopers on me trying to knock me down. I got to the end of the bridge and my legs collapsed. Then I had 3 state troopers sitting on top of me, guarding me. I couldn't walk. I took and laid there, and I watched the state troopers smash. At that time, I didn't know it, but it was a pickup truck. I watched them take one young girl out and body slam her in the middle of Mile Strip Road and smash the windows out of the pickup. They were in full riot gear, and I was dressed just like this with my cane. And I had my cane in my hand the whole time. They were trying to knock me down. And when I did fall down, my cane was underneath me. They had to roll me over and pull it out from underneath me. And the funny part of it, though, is in court, they asked me, what did I see? And I said, do you ever see documentaries on how the Nazis treated the Jews? And the guy goes, yeah. I said, we were the Jews this time.
The woman Hank saw pulled from the white truck was Marcia Thompson's sister, Marilyn Hogue.
When they got done with the other bridge, they came down, then there was like 30, 40 cars, and about 50, maybe more troopers. And from what I could see, it didn't look like they had riot gear on when they were standing down there. I don't know where they got it on or how they put it on or when, but when they come up the bridge, the side of the embankment, and they started running at us, the whole bridge was full of them, and they were running at us with their riot gear on. A whole bunch of them just jumped on the truck, hitting it with their nightsticks, and they broke the window on the passenger side. And that's when they tried to pull Judy out of there by her hair, out of the broken window, and they couldn't do it, so they opened up the door. They just told her to get out of there. He hit her with a nightstick on her butt and told her just to get out of there. There was another car behind me trying to get away, and she was facing my truck. And there was no way where she could go because my truck was blocking the whole road. So I put my hands up to show that I wasn't hiding anything or trying to do anything. I put the car in the park, it was still on and everything. And when I put the window down, I put my hands up. So he reached in and took the keys out, shut it off, took the keys out. And they opened up the door and pulled me out and said I was under arrest. And they pulled me out of the truck. They were still trying to get her car open because she wouldn't let them in yet. jumped on her car too, and they were smashing all the windows in her car with their sticks. Brandon was her passenger. Now they both look Indian, and both of them got arrested. Why didn't they let Brandon go? No, you know, they didn't give us no warning, because one of my charges was failure to disperse when we were told to, and we were never told to. And they say that I tried to drive, I deliberately drove into a group of them with my truck. And it's a total lie, because my truck was perpendicular to the guardrail when they jumped on it. I was still trying to turn around.
We didn't find out until the meeting the group meeting that we had at the bingo hall. And my sister and my other sister and I were standing outside, and she came across the parking lot after she had been released on bail. And she had a big knot on her forehead, and her eye was twitching, and she had cuts above her eye. And we asked her what happened, and she told us, and we couldn't believe it.
By the time it ended, 14 Senecas had been arrested. One state police commander, struck in the head with a piece of wood, was airlifted to a Buffalo hospital, while the Senecas who'd been arrested were detained without medical attention until their arraignment at 7 o'clock in the morning.
We're hoping that the confrontation that took place yesterday will be the only confrontation, and the protesters will understand that it's necessary that the thruway remain open, and there's no good to be gained by endangering the motoring public.
One person that gets shot or killed or injured here is his responsibility, and I want to make that clear. Governor Cuomo is responsible.
With these lawless acts necessitated state police action, and at some point in time, we were forced to shut the thruway down.
Why do the people of the Seneca Nation feel they have the right to close down the New York State Thruway?
Well, because it comes through Indian land. I guess the point is that our people have always felt if the United States and the state of New York can break their treaty obligations, then we can also go back on our agreements, which is the New York State Thruway, which is all these routes, which is the power lines, which is whatever. We've gone through those, we put those agreements together all in good faith, and in the same instant, they can take a treaty, and without our interpretation or what we see is proper in it, and throw it out the window in a court case just because it pleases their constituents. There's a lot of politics being played out there. You know, fair is fair. I'd have to say, I think my people have a perfect right to say, you know, if you don't want to stick by your agreements, then we don't have to stick by ours.
Ross John, thank you very much for joining.
My family, my brother, my mom, my dad were all frustrated.
And at that gripping moment, we're going to stop. There's more. There's another 15 minutes, but perfect segue to Councilor J.C. Seneca from the Seneca Nation.
Show JC's picture.
We were all younger then.
Oh, no. Get up out.
Asking me with the tech, so.
Yeah, right. Go back.
I'm going to turn that. But the floor is yours, sir. Thank you for being here.
Was ready to go out on the highway. And that stuff makes me mad. So even 30 years ago, you know, just kind of relive those moments, being there on the ground. It's just like, you know, it's a sad thing that happened. But again, our people came together, not just Seneca, but all of our people, the Haudenosaunee people, to stand up to that aggression and hostility from the state of New York, and come together and come out on the other side in a better place at that time. Just one of those battles that we won, but of course, our war continues, the federal government and with the state government. My name is J.C. Seneca. I'm from the Seneca Nation. I'm an enrolled member. Been in business over 35 years, and just been reelected, or been elected to the tribal council for the fourth time, or third time, was appointed once. I'll hold a position on that currently. Greetings to everybody here, our fellow Haudenosaunee leadership and people, my fellow Senecas that are here. It's great to see you, and other guests, and everybody that's out there in Zoom land out there, I guess, right? Yeah, you know, just looking at that 30 years ago where we were, where have we come in 30 years since that time? I believe we're still fighting those same battles. Those battles are still in front of us, continuing. The hostility, the aggression from New York State, United States. There's people in these different departments within the state, within the federal government that are continually working in regards to trying to eliminate us. You know, you talk about termination earlier. We're still in that termination era. Many of our nations have now started an economy and moving forward, whether it's whatever it may be, you know, of course, gaming, gas and cigarettes, all that, all these other types of business that have evolved. But again, they're still trying to take those things away from us. They want control of us. They want our land. And how are they going to do that? They use it by these types of laws that they incorporate that we have to deal with. 2 law, 233 has always been something that's been out there. It's been nagging at us for years. 30 years ago, we were talking about the same thing. And here we are today, still, you know, under that law and that type of control that they try to have on us. So the way I look at it, it's up to us today, this generation that we're in. We're the ones whose responsibility it is to find a way through this time period and try to preserve what we have so that our generations that follow will have the same rights and benefits that we currently have, that our ancestors fought for. You know, was at the Canandaigua Treaty commemoration a few weeks ago. And a lot of the traditional leadership was there. And they're so knowledgeable. Our elders that were there spoke. They brought so much knowledge and perspective forward. You know, I was just very thankful and to be able to be a part of that, to be there, to hear that. I think the words that they spoke should resonate in all of us, you know, because we are at a crucial time. You know, Warren Lyons was there and he spoke. And he talked about where we are today. You know, it's a very dangerous situation that many of our nations and our people are in. And we have to find a way that we can come together and work together to try and navigate our way through these many challenges that are before us. And if we don't, we're going to be in significant trouble and difficulty within our nations. And so those of us that are watching out there, if you're from any of the Haudenosaunee territories, those in the room, carry a message back to our people back home where you come from. Let's make an effort and an initiative to commit to working together, to try to come together. Dan and I were just conversing about this a little bit ago, how important it is for our people today and the future of our people to come together and work together. There's always been that concept. Of course, none of us here today had anything to do with what was happening back in those early 1800s, 1838, 1848, when by things that were happening to us that weren't within our control, either separated us or kind of dictated about how we were going to deal with things in that time period. Some of our governments, and thankfully our traditional governments, stuck together and still are in place today. But also some of us also had elective governments and constitutional forms of governments that were formed that also carried forward. And so there's always been that kind of scenario where elective governments and traditional governments were at odds or wouldn't maybe work together for whatever reason. And years ago when Mr. Porter was our legal counsel, Seneca Nation, and then the president, there was a concerted effort on our behalf to reach out and try to bring leadership together, both elected and traditional. And we were successful to be able to do that. But again, those were also assisted because we were dealing with issues like that, where we just looked at times of crisis. In times of crisis, we seem to come together, but then when those things pass, we seem to separate and go on our own ways. So we have to be realistic and look at where we're at today in this world and the things that we're dealing with today, and try to, get our young people interested in what's going on, get them, a part of what's going to happen in the future. And then also we have to, again, while our elders are still with us in this world, gain that knowledge that they have from the path that they've walked. And so that we can use all of that knowledge and wisdom and, the youth and the energy and excitement and commitment that they have for future generations, and use that and combine that all together to get us on a path for all our nations here in Haudenosaunee to move forward. And of course, going back when it was first formed, it was unity and strength. And that's what we have to get back to, because as we talked earlier, when we go into an event or we go into a situation individually, that's the benefit for the United States or the state. When they're united, we're a much formidable force. And if we stick together, we can, push forward what we want to do, how we want to do it, and how we're going to be successful in achieving those goals that we have down the road. And so, that's an important thing, I think, that we're looking at. And to attack a law that's been standing now for 75 years, that's what it's going to take on behalf of all of us to be able to get rid of that, overturn those 232, 233 types of scenarios. And I just want to again thank Rob for putting this together, and thank everybody for being here today. Again, getting back to this situation back in 1992, it was difficult. I was on the tribal council at the time, and I was like 31 years old, I think I was, and it was a pretty hectic time in that July when everything started occurring. And being the youngest person on the council, and all my elder counselors that were on there, we were facing a very difficult time and decisions that need to be made, because our people were very demanding on council. You have to do something. What are you going to do? And we got together in meetings. What are we going to do? People wanted a council meeting, and so we called a council meeting, and we were in actually at the time in our bingo hall, and the place was packed. It was crazy, and everybody was yelling and screaming at the council. And some of you was at my council know what I'm talking about, but amplify that 10 times. Normal council. So, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? And we were kind of almost getting back in a corner, because we had to figure a way out of this mess with 1,000 state troopers on our territory. Confrontations that you've seen that were happening. A lot of different events that were going on. And so you've seen a picture of me back there, if you recognize, I had hair and everything, but, I like today, but again, still today with that same passion, still today with that same belief and fundamental belief of who we are as the Haudenosaunee people, and the strength that brings, knowing who we are. And being on that council, back in that time, as a young guy, sitting there and conversing with people that are sitting next to me and figuring out what we're going to do. And I was sitting there and I got to do something. So I started writing a couple things down, conversing, and one of my elder counselors that was sitting a couple seats away from me heard what I was talking about. His name was Jojo Redeye. He was a counselor from Allegheny. Maybe some of you guys knew Jojo. And Jojo come and he pulled me aside. He goes, JC, I like what I'm hearing, what you're talking about. Why don't you write something up and let's bring it back and we have a discussion on it. So, okay, I'll do it. So I took a piece of paper, went in the bathroom. And so I write up a resolution in the bathroom and bring it back out. And so Jojo was there. I said, read it to him. We looked at it, a couple of us, and we said, okay, that's something that we're going to do. But it was such a crazy thing because what I wrote down is that we gave New York State an ultimatum. This was, I think, on a Wednesday. Ultimatum was that the state police have to be off our territory by 6 o'clock on that Friday. And so how we're going to do that and what was going to happen. And so I put on our, if the state police do not leave our territory by that time, we're going to take back our land in Salamanca. We're going to take back our land on the New York State Thruway, on Route 17, city of Buffalo, all these right-of-ways, we're taking over. And we put that together and we passed that resolution and everybody was, yeah, great, let's do it. And of course, I'm the one that wrote the resolution. So the president says to me, you have to go out and deliver it to the media. So I said, no problem, I'll do it. And so I went out there and I delivered that message to the media. State police weren't off of there by that time. There are things that were going to happen. How we're going to do it, I don't know. But at that moment, that's what we had to do. We had to stand strong, firm, committed to doing something and send a message. And that's what it was. And we did it. And we went out there and I told them, media and everybody's cameras around me. Just imagine standing there and all these cameras around you and delivering that message. And was I nervous? Yeah, maybe a little bit, but I was very confident in the fact of the message that I needed to deliver. And I couldn't show that I was nervous or anything. And I just went out there and did it. Yeah. Next thing you know, we're marching down the highway, and that was one of the pictures on there. We went up on Route 17 and we shut the highway down. It was crazy events. Fast forward a couple days, I was negotiating with the state trooper commander you seen on there, Major Myers, and we were negotiating, and also the president, Kelly John at the time, was negotiating with, I think his name was Lee Hunt, right? Frank Abrams, out of the governor's office. And we were in communication. I was in communication with, I think his name was Lou Mellenbach from Taxation and Finance. A lot of stuff was going on. I was negotiating with the state trooper. In the end, they agreed to giving up being on a thruway to our police force at the time, which was the Seneca Nation Police, as you see in there. And we were able to then deputize many of our people that took control of the bridges. And at 6 o'clock, Major Myers and I walked up onto that bridge on 438, and he gave the call on his radio for the troopers to vacate the territory, vacate the thruway. And man, I tell you what, that was such a powerful moment. And at that moment, we stood up to that force of New York State. Watching those troopers pull off of the thruway one by one and start rolling, it was very significant at that time. So again, that was a battle that we won, but the war continues. We have to, right now, as we're sitting here, there are those that are in the state and in the federal government that are trying to, again, take away our way of life, take away our land, control us. It's out there, it's happening, it's real, it's today. And when I was a kid, my father, William Seneca, some might know him. He was former president, treasurer of the Seneca Nation. And I've been involved in politics since I was 5 years old and grew up through this whole system. And, thankful that I've been able to hold position within Seneca Nation government and work for my people. And try to make life better for all of us. And, you know, learning those things as a young kid, you know, I remember I was telling a story, I think I was telling Rob or something, I was talking on the phone with him. Being in the car with my dad, driving down the road on the territory, and a state trooper being there, and my dad, he used to get really mad. Hell, that state trooper doing here on the territory. This is back in the mid-60s, and so he would just like, I remember being in the car and pulling over and telling that trooper, "You're not supposed to be on here. Get off the territory." The trooper left. He didn't put up no guff with him, you know, and off he went. So for me, I kind of carry that forward too, because I always remember that. And I always remember that the state troopers aren't supposed to be on our territory. And, you know, whenever I see a trooper on the territory, it makes me mad. And see him pulling people over on our roadways. And we have to do something about that. And that's one of the issues that we're going to be talking about back at our nation, because like Onondaga, like Shannon was talking about, our people are wanting more. They're wanting protection. They don't know what they want right now, I don't think, but they want more. They want to be safe. And it's up to us on the council to be able to meet with them, figure out what's best for our community and what kind of law enforcement or whatever safety, public safety type of scenario that's acceptable to them, that they can live with, that's going to satisfy their need to be able to feel safe within our territory so they can sleep at night. Because I'm sure all of our territories, life has changed modern day. You know, again, we talk about the drug problem. You know, our reservations, our territories, should I say, reservations, old school, right? Our territories used to have that mystique about it, where people were scared to come to our territory. That's not like that no more. You're finding gangs, drug dealers. That's their safe haven to come in and take our people advantage of what we have on our territory to sell their drugs. And we have to find ways to stop that. You know, the mystique is gone. And we have to realize that and understand how we're going to create a safe place for our community to live and raise their families. And it's difficult. And those of us like Haudenosaunee, who has state police there, I don't know if that would ever work at Seneca, you know, but you never know, I guess, you know, it depends on how things go. But that works for them, that's great. If that's good for them. And then we all have to figure out what's going to be best for our community, like Onondaga, that what was working for you, that's great. We have to, I think, keep evolving in that and try to find that place to be able to provide the best case scenario for our people to live in. It's going to be a challenge, no doubt, but I believe we can get it done. And with our community and working together, if we can get that, then everything's possible. And I guess, you know, I've probably burned up my time because I could stand up here.
I know, I mean.
Thanks for listening. Thanks for listening.
We'll have another chance at the end, but we're gonna keep moving on. Yeah. I'd like to introduce my brother, Andrew Rosler. And we're proud of him, as you might imagine, but has really, I think in many ways, had a lens on law enforcement in our nations that very few of us have had. As a experienced and trained deputy for our county sheriff in Cattaraugus County. So, Drew, where's yours?
So watching the video, I think if it would have played a little longer, you would have seen me in my 1978 Chevy pickup truck, my 1990 mullet, in tires and firewood on the I-86 kind of thing.
A little louder.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
But we'll get through that.
I'll try to.
So Rob and I had the same exact birthday, 9 years apart. So in 92, I was 19 years old. The year before, and that was the thing back then. That was the very critical time in my life, and I even still get haired up a little bit watching it. And you know, it does. It causes a spark. Even though I spent 27 years in law enforcement, it still causes a spark for me. That day, second day, one of the initial thing, our mother, Lana Red Eye, was a very strong woman. And I can remember to this day watching her yelling at a state trooper to get up our territory. And that to me, I mean, it was my mom, so you always knew that she was stronger than, you know, everybody else's mom. But when she was there yelling at that state trooper who, you know, and I don't know, state troopers are all 6'5" and big and with the big Stetson on, her standing up for our territory, that kind of set the tone for me for the rest of my life. And moving on from that, during that time, I saw how the state police treated our people. I saw how the county sheriffs actually worked. They stayed out of that fight. Their role was to continue to protect and serve our communities, Indian, non-Indian, through the whole thing. And I kind of noticed that. So I'm going to back up just a little bit. As you all know, I'm Rob's brother. I'm enrolled Seneca. I grew up in the Allegheny Territory. I am Heron Clan. Went to Salamanca High School. Bonaventure for a little bit, learned that school was not for me. Had an opportunity in 1995 to go to the police academy, which was a lot of my brother's older boys. I went to Central Police Services, New York and Erie County, to their police academy. At the time, I was cross-deputized because we talked about the cross-deputization with Erie County and Cat County. So I did work on both territories. But I started out with the Seneca Nation Police Department, and which was pretty unique for me in the beginning because it gave me an opportunity to see how the state police acted, how the Erie County sheriffs acted, and how Cat County and Salamanca PD interacted with our people and with the Seneca Nation and its members. And through this course, it kind of came to me that, you know, when it ended, I wanted to be with the sheriff's office. I spent 25 years with Colorado County Sheriff's Office. I retired as a sergeant, field training officer, senior team leader on our SWAT team. I was on our SWAT team from 2000. A year after that, I went full time with them. I went and tried out, and I was able to make it, and ended up doing a lot of good things. And we did a lot of things on the territory because the threat is not always, the law enforcement to me was protecting our people from the drugs, from this. And it changed from when I first started in law, alcohol related, marijuana. It has changed drastically from those times. The child sex abuse, the assaults, the violent assaults, and how violent they become on the reservation. In the beginning, it wasn't like that. Between that time of it was, but not to the extent that it is now. And the total disregard for human life is what I've seen a lot of. I'm gonna have a couple little stories here real quick. I know Rob wants to kind of keep me
I'll let you know.
In the beginning, after I left, the Seneca Nation Police Department disbanded. So I ended up going to Salamanca PD and to the Sheriff's Office part-time. And when I was at the PD, I worked a lot of my arrests were DWI arrests, things of that nature, and different arrests. It wasn't as violent now. However, we have a couple of stories dealing with being Indian, dealing with Indian, being Indian, dealing with white people. It's all different. In the beginning, when I first started at Salamanca PD, first 8 or 9 months, I had probably 23 resistant arrests. My stature's not real tall. I wasn't gifted with height. So the chief calls me in and says, why are you fighting with everyone? Chief, fighting with me. He didn't see it that way. So I left his office having to figure out how to do business again. And it helped me down the road in my career. Because no, you can't fight with everyone all the time. You've got to be diplomatic. You've got to learn how to get people to do what you want, need them to do. So on my next deed of arrest, I could tell it was going to go sour. And I said, look, I don't want to fight with you. And the response was, no, you don't want to fight with me. Okay. You're right, I don't. But if I do, I'm going to get in trouble by my chief, and I really don't want to get in trouble. And he laughed and giggled, and I'm like, wow, this is working. Handcuffed him, processed him. We had a great experience, maybe more so for me than. But then he was released, and to this day, I can still see that individual and talk and this and that. And that kind of helped me down the road in my career. Shortly after that, I did go to the sheriff's office where I became an FTO, a sergeant, and I never left the road. Our SWAT team. I did a number of different things, peer support. I worked a lot with others and people in crisis and things in crisis and just general people, because there's a lot that's going on, especially with our youth today. There's a lot of stresses. Not with PTSD and veterans, on the other side of my daily duties on sheriff's office. But because at the time of my hire, I was the only enrolled senator. So I spent a lot of time on the territory, doing work on the territory. You don't hear me? Not really, kind of. Okay, so moving forward, became a real reality to me of working on the territory. And I'm going to fill in a couple of quick stories. Sometimes you're hated, sometimes you're loved, but you're always needed to some degree. And I felt that a lot of the work that we did on the territory there was victims. There was always victims. And the sheriffs that I worked for over the years, my current sheriff, when I left, Sheriff Whitcomb, he graduated from Salem Lake High School. He was born and raised on the territory. However, he was not Seneca, but he understood the dynamics of the reservation, understood the dynamics of our culture and who we are. My former sheriff was Dennis John, who was an enrolled Seneca. So for most of my career, a good part of my career, our sheriff was an enrolled Seneca, which is very unique because I don't think there's ever been another enrolled Seneca of any tribe in the United States. So our agencies always had understood the dynamics of the territory. And me working on the territory gave me a pretty good idea of it also. Story, some of my guys handling a stolen car, because we get those all the time on the territories. He calls me on the phone. My night off. He says, hey, Drew. Yeah. I said, I'm down on Center Road in Steenburg. I'm not going to mention this. And this woman across the road absolutely hates you. Really? That's great. Yeah, listen. Puts on a speaker, and all you can hear is this woman screaming at me. Get off the reservation. You don't belong here, Drew Rosser, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, thanks, bud. Next time I find somebody that hates you, I'm going to give you a shout. But I also learned that I need to be a professional in this job. And 4 days later, dispatch, I'm in the sergeant's office, and the dispatch calls me and says, hey, we got this really nice lady on the phone that wants to talk to you. Like, she leave a name? She says, no, but she's really nice. Sends it through. I pick up the phone, Sergeant Rosler. And it's that woman. And I'm like, yeah, I won't mention any names. Can I help you? Well, I said, wait a minute, let me back up. Is this the same one that like 3 nights ago down across from your house, you're yelling at the police and this? She goes, it was me, and I apologize. I accept that apology. Let's carry on. So she needed help. So I told her simply, I'll grab a deputy, we'll come down, we'll take care of your problem. And that's what I learned that you did, because I got a lot of those, because I turned out to be hated sometimes, loved sometimes, but you had to take that with a grain of salt, because ultimately I was there. A, yes, as a deputy for Cattaraugus County, but B, you know what, my hometown is my territory. I'll never leave my territory. I've lived there my entire life and I reside there. It's my home. Keep going where I'm going here. But that's one thing I tried to also incorporate with the young deputies that were coming. We have, like, I don't know if I mentioned this, but we have 2 enrolled Senecas that are working there now. One worked on my wheel. He's also a member of our SWAT team, does a great job. He's very connected to the community. And another one is very connected to the community. And he's one of our SROs working in one of our schools. Doing a great job. Probably never as good a job as I did, but
Tell Toast you said that.
you know, I'm going to, so in the beginning of this, my career, it was a lot of your low poverty line crimes. Petty larceny, stealing, the drug problem, like I said, was marijuana and cocaine. And as money started to filter into the nation, we started to see an influx in heroin, prescription meds, meth. And it was no longer your guys on the corner selling some weed or maybe some getting some coke. It turned into really heavy hitters coming to our territory to sell drugs, to rob our people of the annuities that they were getting. The nation did some great things by splitting annuity payments up so that it wasn't that big lump sum. Because at times, what, $1.6 million hits the streets in Salamanca and Cattaraugus. That's a lot of money. And that's a lot of bad people coming to the territory to sell drugs. And our SWAT teams, we were busy. We were doing a lot. And it's a never ending problem. But I do see over the years, we got a lot of help from the Seneca Nation as far as financing some positions and doing some things to help combat this, because I don't think it's just our territory from what I've heard today. It's just everywhere. And we've talked a lot about a lot of different things today, but the drug problem is going to destroy our communities. Number one thing that I see destroying us is drug problem, because it hits everyone. Nephews, uncles, this and that. Nieces, sisters, daughters, everybody is affected by it. And I know that I'm sure that every tribe and every nation is trying to combat that. The nation has really done some significant things to work towards a better territory. And from a law enforcement point, they're banning people that aren't supposed to be there, that are not enrolled, and those kind of things are steps in the right direction. As JC said, there's that stigmatism early on. You know, people didn't come to the territory and mess around. They didn't, you know, but that's slowly fading, and it needs to be, to some degree, reintroduced, I guess you would say. So I kind of leave with 2 stories. So being an enrolled Seneca, working at the sheriff's office and dealing with non-Indian people. I'm going to a complaint one night, and I'm driving up the road, and I see this young Seneca boy, 8 years old. He's on a scooter. He's got a helmet on, though. He's on the sidewalk. He's in the city of Salamanca. He's on the sidewalk. But I'm looking around, and I know he lives quite a ways down the road. So I pull over, I talk to him. I said, "Hey, bud, kind of gotta go back to your yard. You can't be zooming up your half a mile from your house." So he goes back. I go talk to his parents, and we get it resolved. I go up the road, and this guy is out at the end of the road, just giving me down. I pull over, and he goes, "Did you see that little hooligan?" I said, "The kid down the street?" "Yeah, that Indian kid." Oh, I'm starting to get haired up already. So I said, yeah, I spoke to him and his parents. Oh, his mom and dad aren't gonna do anything. They sit back and collect their annuities. All they're gonna do is have more kids and this and that. And so now I'm getting pretty haired up. So I'm like, well, sure. I've spoke with them. There's no, as you call us. I said, but with all due respect, you don't know them and they don't know you. So it went on for a little bit longer and I ended up getting out of my car. And my guys at work always knew when I got out of my car, it was gonna be bad. So I got in my car and talked to him and I said, you need to, we need to come to common ground. Well, if he comes up here, I'm gonna be thrown. We need to come to common ground. And so I asked him, I said, what's your name, sir? And he told me, and I'm like, okay, I'm familiar with you. And he's says to me, he says, what's your name? I said, Sergeant Rosler, Sheriff's Office. Oh, you're one of those brown hooligans too.
Whoa.
Yeah, whoa, my brain's almost falling out. Okay, so now I'm sizing him up. He's 6'5". I'm gonna kick him in the knee with my left hand. I'm gonna grab his right hand, pull it towards me, hit him in the head with the jaw as he goes down to the ground. Figured out in my head, I'm gonna do this, and I'm not a brown hooligan. But I had to step back because I am a professional. I represent my family, my agency. And I simply looked at him and I said, your problem solved here, and there's no more I can do to help you. Well, what do you mean there's no more? I said, because I can't fix ignorance. I turn around and walk to my car and he says, I'm calling your sheriff. Of course you are. That's the answer I get whenever I give somebody not the right answer. I said, go ahead, call the sheriff, call the undersheriff, call the sheriff, Chautauqua County, Erie County, or whatever. They're going to tell you the same thing. Well, yeah, what's that? They can't fix ignorance either. Got my car and I left. Sheriff never got called on that one. That was with dealing, I got a lot of that dealing with because I'm light skinned. So people didn't realize that I was an old Seneca. So I bit my tongue a lot of times over the years because that's not to say what I did, but people didn't understand it. So a lot of times I would let people speak freely and then, hey, I'm Heron Clan, old Seneca. Well, that's not what I meant. Yeah, I know. However, sometimes dealing with enrolled members can be just as difficult. And this is a great story about the strength of Indian women. So I'm a new deputy, 20, I don't know, 3 or 4 years on the road. I don't know. I was going to say 20 years ago, and I don't even know, it might be longer than that. So 3 or 4 years on the road. And with a non-Indian deputy, white deputy, I'm in the car. And I don't know if any of you are familiar with Ellicottville in Western New York. It's a ski resort town. It's in our county. And it gets extremely busy during the wintertime. Well, we get a call over there for a large fight. So we go over there because when you're 3 or 4 years on the job, large fight, yeah, I eat my dinner, I'm ready for a large fight. Off we go. We get there and it's an enrolled member that's causing the fight. It's part of the fight. I hook him up, put him in the car, but I also know that I have a warrant for him. And it's going okay at first. So I told him, I've got to, you're getting arrested for disorderly conduct. We're going to go over to Ellicottville PD, do the paperwork. And we go over and get that done. And then I break it to him that he does have a warrant. We need to address the warrant. Well, things went a little bit south from there, all the way to the arraignment. Now, mind you, because I'm a familiar face and I'm enrolled, this deputy, his verbal abuse was not directed towards him at all. It was all towards me. And I learned over the years that you kind of got to take things with a little bit of grain of salt and a little bit of humor. After the arraignment, we're coming towards the jail. He did get committed because he upset the judge too. We come to a stop sign. He yells up through the class, "Hey, Drew, you ever watch Geronimo?" Ooh, yeah, I have. Well, you're one of the Indians on the inside of the fort.
Whoa.
Now the non-Indian officer looks at me and he goes, yeah, that was a good one.
Shit.
There we go. 2 days later, That same individual called me. They want to apologize for my actions. Well, I accept your apology. I get it. I said, you had something to drink. I said, sticks and stones. I said, it's fine. It's not a big deal. I said, I said, I'm glad you took the time to call me and apologize. Well, I didn't have a choice. What do you mean you didn't have a choice? Well, your sister called me yesterday and told me if I didn't call you within 1 day, she was going to be coming over to my house. I know I was kind of all over. There's so much I could talk about with law enforcement on the territory. I believe we need some sort of law enforcement on our territory to keep us in line, but to protect us from the outer things that are coming onto our territories. Because it's real. The evil is there. There are a lot of bad people, bad things. And for 27 years, I saw how people can be to other people. And it's there. And drugs are just amplifying that. So my position would be, we need some form of law enforcement on our territories to protect us and keep the wolf at bay. It's been a pleasure to talk to all of you. It's been a pleasure. It's an honor to be asked to be here. Any questions? Concerns? Thank you again.
We're going to keep moving right along because we do have a couple more speakers. But one really, Steve. Steve's a testament to why it's important to be good to your friends. Steve was my legal writing instructor in law school in 1986. So come on up. I'm going to get your presentation up here. But Steve's going to help us with if you got to take a pit stop, just go. If you don't, just stay. We're going to keep going.
Just as an introduction, I'm not a native person. I'm just Irish German Catholic from Long Island. I was the general counsel of the Oneida Nation of New York for a bunch of years and worked for a lot of years on the land claim, but I'm not here to speak for them. And then just briefly for those who weren't here, that's a copy I have of the Treaty of Canandaigua, and it's different than the one that's up here in the Ontario Historical Society, because you can actually see the stitching. At the top and the bottom this is the DC copy. That's where the ratification was added to the treaty, and the signature at the bottom is George Washington's. And the reason I have that picture is we needed that as evidence when we're working on the land claims. And really for everything we were talking about today, for everything I think we ever talk about the Haudenosaunee, that is Exhibit A. About jurisdiction, about land, those words free use and enjoyment that Rob quoted. But there it is. The red, as you can guess, those are the wax seals certifying all the signatures of the non-Indians and the Indian people.
You have that scanned in?
Huh?
You have that scanned in, that copy?
Yeah.
You have it electrical, okay.
Oh, scanned in. No, we can certainly do that.
Steve, there's your button.
This is the one. Okay.
You're on the roll.
Yeah. So Rob talked a lot about the history of assimilation. I just want to mention it briefly because it's all about that, right? Even the early illegal treaties, the ones that New York State, they're only treaties in quotes, did with all the nations here in violation of the Treaty of Canandaigua. They had provisions for allotment. When the Brotherton, who had come to New York State for refuge with the Oneidas, when they went to Wisconsin, they actually went to Congress and asked for an act protecting their land. They figured the only way Indian land could be protected is if they owned it and if they were citizens, because nobody ever takes a white person's land. But so in 1839, they actually asked to be allotted and to be citizens, and that's why they're not recognized today. They're still fighting with the BIA, but the BIA says, wait a minute, this was a done deal in 1839. Now, I drove up here last night, pretty much the length of Route 17. But if you take it all the way back, you get to the Mohawk Mountain House. I don't know if you've ever been there. But for decades, the quote unquote friends of the Indians met at the Mohawk Mountain House and basically invented the allotment policy, the federal allotment policy, the Allotment Act, the Dawes Act is under its many names. They advised there were no Indians there, but they were the friends of the Indians, and they thought this civilization idea, the assimilation idea, the citizenship idea, free ownership of property was the right way to go. Comes World War I, and the question came, can you draft Native Americans? The Haudenosaunee, many of you know this history, declared war themselves on the Axis powers, Germany and Austria-Hungary, and then deputized their people, the first deputization going from the Indian people to the United States Army, deputized their people to serve in the United States Army. That's part of what led to the 1924 Citizenship Act. Before that was the 1919 Citizenship Act, giving citizens to all those veterans who had served in World War I. World War II, as Rob mentioned, was this, in some ways, a war of ethnicity, and certainly the final solution against the Jewish people. But if you remember any World War II movie, all the black and white ones you ever saw, was also, as Rob mentioned, the way the United States came together. In all those movies, there was always a guy from the Bronx, an African-American, a sharpshooter from Tennessee, an American from the South. Like that was always the platoon that was out there fighting the Nazis or fighting the Japanese. So the comeback to America was, we are all one big country, and we need to make that even more true by dealing with Native American reservations. And so even though, as we all know, what Germany called its answer to its Jewish problem, quote unquote, they call it the final solution. Unbelievably, America comes up with a policy named termination, the same span of years. They put a man named Dylan Meyer, in charge of the BIA. He's the assistant secretary, head of the BIA. And he got the job because of his exemplary service during World War II. I'll give you exactly one guess what his job was during World War II, because you got to get it right on the first one. Think of the worst thing you can think of an American bureaucrat during World War II.
Internment.
He ran the internment camps of Japanese Americans. You got your computers, it's absolutely true. And so he was put in charge of Native American people. So the big thing that happened, on the page, here we go. Right after the New York Act. So in 1940, there was a Kansas Act. The Sac and Fox, the Meskwaki people were subject to a bill in 1948, the same year that 232 came to New York. This idea of bringing state criminal jurisdiction and also civil in New York's case and in Public Law 280 was part of this assimilation idea. In 1953, as part of termination, it becomes nationwide. Federal law, Public Law 280, everybody calls it PL 280, had 6 mandatory states where federal jurisdiction was gone. It was just handed over to the states. Alaska, California, I think Nebraska, 6 states were the mandatory states. And it created a mechanism for other states to take over. Florida assumed jurisdiction. And the mandatory states, federal jurisdiction was gone. The feds just left. And the optional states, there still was concurrent jurisdiction. Over the years and into the 60s, even though termination ultimately ended, many of the land claim settlements had similar provisions about bringing in state law. That's the fight the Narragansetts have had, the tribes in Maine, because they're subject to state gambling laws. They did not have the IGRA protections because these land claim settlements had given up certain of their civil and regulatory powers. Good news, Public Law 280 was in one law, both things that New York have, 232 about criminal law and 233 about civil law and the jurisdiction of courts. The answer under Public Law 280 in the Bryan v. Itasca case, which was a great answer both for all the Public Law 280 states, but also for New York, is that all that second law did was grant the court's jurisdiction to hear cases. The case was about a tax on an Indian person's property. And the Supreme Court said, no, even though the language is a little fuzzy, it did not make all of the laws of the state apply. All the criminal laws apply on the criminal side, but on the civil side, all it did was grant jurisdictions to the. And the important thing, or one of the most important things about all of this is, go down a little bit, there's no tribal voice in any of this. Public Law 280 was passed by the Congress over Indian objections. There was no, it just happened. The only good news was this was one of the original unfunded mandates. The federal government gave up its jurisdiction, but didn't provide the states with any money to expand their police forces. Now they had these new territories that they had to patrol, but there was no money to help out. So you could argue that what this really meant was not bringing justice, whether it was the federal government and the Justice Department or the state police department and highway patrol, not bringing justice to Indian territories. It was just allowing the states to punish Indians under criminal law. It wasn't a criminal justice system. It was just giving jurisdiction. Luckily, termination didn't last. In 1960, and particularly with respect to Public Law 280, in 1968, on paper stands for the Indian Civil Rights Act, as many folks know, but I should have spelled that out. The Indian Civil Rights Act was passed, and I mentioned Sam Ervin. Some people might be old enough in this room to remember him as the one in Congress who really led the prosecution of Richard Nixon through Watergate. But he was a Southern senator, and the reason he wanted an Indian Civil Rights Act, the reason he cared, he was from South Carolina, was because as a Southern senator, all the Southern states were getting a lot of pressure about civil rights for African Americans. And he wanted to say, well, the United States, you federal government, you Northern liberals, you guys are all hypocrites because you've got this whole reservation system and there's no Bill of Rights there. Because we know the Constitution had to enforce sovereign territories. And so he said, this is why his way of kind of being ironic, we'll have an Indian Civil Rights Bill. Good thing is, though, the most important parts of it for present purposes are that it said no more expansion of Public Law 280 without tribal consent. States cannot be gobbling up jurisdiction unless that particular tribe says okay. It also provided long word retrocession. States could give back the jurisdiction that they got under Public Law 280, sometimes because it was expensive. They weren't getting federal money to pay for it. That happened a bunch in the 60s and 70s. It hasn't happened much recently. There as well, there's no tribal role. There's no process by which a tribe can say, or a nation can say, we want the federal government back. We want the state troopers to leave. And Mr. Seneca said from the bridge, we want you guys to go. There's no process in the law for that to happen. It's just if the states find it to be burdensome or annoying, or they're tired of it, they can give it back. And then finally, Richard Nixon, who Sam Ervin later helped impeach, gave a famous message to Congress in 1970 in which he said, termination is wrong. That's a quote. That was the official end of the termination policy as part of the United States policy. It was probably a short-lived era, much shorter than things like allotment. But in that same direction, all about assimilation. The Supreme Court, you can never ignore how the Supreme Court gets into the act. And so these are just a couple of cases that I'll briefly describe. First one is the Oliphant case. Many of you know that the Supreme Court in 1978 said, one of the parts of being an Indian nation, yes, you're sovereign, you have sovereign immunity, you have control of your membership, you have control of your politics. But an aspect just of being an Indian nation is you cannot arrest and try a non-Indian. Why? Simply because you're an Indian nation. You're a domestic dependent nation in the same way that you can't, at least as far as the United States is concerned, you can't make a treaty with France or with Great Britain. You also can't a non-Indian. The Duro case in 1990 expanded on that. So the question came up, okay, well, we know Indian nations have jurisdiction over their own people. Oliphant tells us they don't have any criminal jurisdiction, period, whatsoever, over non-Indians. But what about a member of another tribe? So-called non-member Indian, somebody who lives on one reservation but is from another nation. And the Supreme Court said a non-member Indian is more like a white person than they are like a native person. And the rule of Oliphant applied. Because that person didn't have a role in the government, because they were not a member of the place of the tribe that was arresting them, they couldn't be arrested either. Now this one, Congress fixed the very next year. The Bureau fixes not a Supreme Court case, it's congressional law. It's actually an amendment to ICRA that says, no, we reaffirm that Indian nations do have criminal jurisdiction over non-member Indians. Oliphant's never been reversed, except we'll talk a little bit about VAWA in a minute. In terms of non-Indians, people like me, but in terms of non-member Indians, and there's a couple of ways you could look at this. And Congress always has a lot of hats. I think all of them might be true here. You could say this was a ringing endorsement of sovereignty. The tribes need to control their territories, control the people there, the people who live there. Often there's intermarriages, not just within confederacies like the Haudenosaunee, but all around the Southwest. It's a practical reality and it's a recognition of sovereignty. Another way you could look at this is they don't really care about Indian justice. Okay, those are your people, fine. We're not changing Oliphant. You still can't touch the non-Indian people, but if you want to have jurisdiction over the non-member Indians, okay. And the last issue could be money. Same kind of thing, right? Okay, you just, in Duro, you just gave more jurisdiction, more people are outside tribal jurisdiction, but you're not giving any money to the states or increasing the FBI budget or putting more officers out there. So why don't we, that could be another reason to allow that to be a tribal thing, tribal jurisdiction, which is the right reason for Congress doing this. I think it's a good thing that it did. I think most Native people would agree that it's ultimately pro-sovereignty. But then the Lara case in 2004 questioned that. Lara was somebody who said, well, wait a minute, how can it be right? I'm a citizen since 1924. You're depriving me of a right. Duro was right, and this fix is unconstitutional. And Rob talked earlier how federal Indian law is really whatever the Supreme Court makes up, and it's constantly changing. And that's what Justice Breyer said exactly. He said Congress can squeeze or relax tribal sovereignty as it sees fit. You want to have treaties? Okay. You want to do allotment? Well, we'll squeeze a little harder. Okay. Then you want to have the Indian Civil Rights Act? Whatever Congress wants to do. And I think squeeze is the right metaphor, right? Because its hand is at your throat, right? Is it allotting you? Is it making you citizens? Is it taking away your jurisdiction? Or is it allowing more jurisdiction, more sovereignty, more freedom? But I don't think Justice Breyer really thought much about it, but he based it that was his metaphor. Sovereignty can be squeezed, or the federal hold on sovereignty can be relaxed, and it's all up to Congress. So today, we heard a lot about all of this. I don't want to, and I didn't want to assert, but obviously there are tribal police forces, as we've heard about. There is state and local deputization, sometimes with counties, towns, or with the state itself. The federal government can deputize Native police officers, make them BIA officers. And many times, all of these issues are covered in compacts. I mean, part of the reason there's so much more activity, both in Congress and at the Supreme Court, is casino. I mean, it started with gas and cigarettes, but that's kind of a one-off. You know, you drive up, you drive away, it's, non-Indian. But casinos brought lots and lots of non-Indians onto Indian land. And so there's all these issues about do the labor laws apply, do the disability laws apply. Compacts deal with a lot of this, including enforcement issues. Because we still have Oliphant out there. If I get into a fight at a tribal casino, I can be hauled off the floor, but then they have to wait for the state people to come arrest me because of Oliphant. Tribe has no jurisdiction over me because I'm a non-Indian. And that's true in every state that's just true as a matter of Indian law. But it's not all bad. And this is the stuff Rob really wanted to talk about in terms of where to go with New York, because there have been some changes. Toloa, for the Tribal Law and Order Act. I should have spelled all these out. I was going to scribble my notes. The Tribal Law and Order Act of 2010. One of the things it did under ICRA, those of you who are in the police forces know, an Indian nation only has the power to imprison somebody for a year. Under Toloa, there was expanded sentencing, so tribes have more jurisdiction and more power to incarcerate somebody if they're bad. But that still means even if it's a murder, 3 years. It may be state murder, federal murder, but they would go to other jails too. But there was expanded sentencing authority. It also supported in many ways, not with a whole lot of money, deputizations as a way to solve ground in working through law enforcement problem. It allowed in the mandatory states a process by which tribes could ask the federal government to come back in and remove the state for those 6 mandatory states. None of that has happened, but at least here a tribe can say, we want to have the federal government. You're still not dealing with Oliphant or getting full tribal jurisdiction back, but if you don't like the state regime, you can ask to have the tribal regime back, kind of reversing PL 280. It doesn't say anything about retrocession though. That's still all under the original PL 280. There's no process. It's really if a state wants to give it back. The big one, and I wrote small because it should have been a lot bigger, but it's nonetheless very, very important. But the first kind of brick out of the wall of Oliphant was VAWA, which is the Violence Against Women Act, 2013, in which the federal government, using that power under Lara to say, how much sovereignty are we going to give Indian nations? How much are we going to allow or tolerate or suffer? Allowed for domestic violence jurisdiction by Native American nations over non-Indians. First time since Oliphant, criminal jurisdiction over a non-Indian has been recognized only in the narrow case of domestic violence, right? So it doesn't cover attacks by strangers. It doesn't address issues with children. It's about intimate violence. But again, I wanted to make sure I understood that that's still a very, very important part of criminal justice for literally half the planet and half the people in this room, well, for all the people in this room. But it was the first rollback, the first kind of brick out of the wall of Oliphant. First time since Oliphant that a Native American nation can exercise criminal jurisdiction over non-Indian. I didn't write on here, but I thought about it when I was sitting here. There was a Supreme Court case in 2021 called Cooley, U.S. v. Cooley, in which a non-Indian was traffic stopped by tribal police. And the lower court said, well, you have to let him go unless you can figure out while you've got him sitting there in the car, they're a member of that tribe. And the Supreme Court thankfully said that's just ridiculous. The power to traffic stop anybody, including a non-Indian, is inherent and a power of tribal police. And you could say that's another little brick out of the wall of Oliphant, because that was the argument. Under Oliphant, they said you can't stop them and hold them because you're starting to arrest them, and they're a non-Indian. But having to prove that at the roadside in the middle of the night, even the Supreme Court said that's too far. Another thing that happened, we saw earlier in 1948, Iowa got a law like 232 in New York. There's only one Indian nation, the Meskwaki, who used to be the Sac and Fox people, used to go by that name. In 2018, they got a repeal bill through Congress and got rid of that. They got rid of their 232 in Iowa. Again, it was only one nation. And I don't know, but Rob may know more of the background of that legislative, how that happened. But that was undone, right? So it can happen. 232 could go. And the last thing I'll talk about is back to the Supreme Court, because with Judge Gorsuch, who, whatever you may think about him in larger political terms, knows Indian law and is very clearly not just versed in it, but serious about it. And folks who aren't aware, in the McGirt case, he's the one who wrote the opinion 5-4. Basically, the eastern half of Oklahoma still was a Native American reservation. And what he said right at the start of his opinion was, treaties have to mean something. If the United States signed it, it has to, if it's going to break it, it has to break it. You can't just assume that it's broken. You just can't assume so much time has gone by that we can ignore it. Congress can break treaties. I mean, we could declare war on King Charles III tomorrow if we wanted to. Nothing stops a country from breaking a treaty, but you have to be explicit about it. You have to say that's what you're doing. But then what happened? In the McGirt case, we had Judge Breyer. And Judge Breyer retired. And the most recent case out of the Supreme Court, the one Rob talked about and quoted from, was Castro Huerta, which was on the 4-vote side, not the 5-vote side. And the 5 votes, led by Justice Kavanaugh, said, if it hasn't been clear these last 200 years, we're making it clear now, an Indian reservation is part of the state. So there's no conclusions and nothing I have really to offer to you other than tell you there's been good news. There's good news out of Iowa. There's bad news out of the Supreme Court. But treaties have to mean something. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks, Steve. Well, we're coming to that time. We've got 1 minute left for cleaning up. No, I'm just teasing a little bit. I will stretch it out a little bit because I wanted to recap and take a couple questions if anybody had them. Because we've scratched the surface, I think, in this discussion. And that was what I thought was going to happen because we have a lot of different nations with a lot of different unique experiences in terms of what's happening in everyone's territory. But I've started to get even more clear about the commonalities that are occurring amongst all of our nations in terms of threats, like the drug problem, fentanyl problem, and the increasing transformation of our nations and our people in terms of we're more just honestly integrated in the rest of the world. In terms of our personal relationships, our commerce, our comings and goings, we're not just sort of a small islands, just left out in the middle of nowhere. That we're still we're a modern people living in a modern world, And that's just going to invite the need to have response. The fundamental reason I wanted to start this discussion, because I just believe down deep that change is needed. That the law that was passed in 1948 needs to be changed. And I used to be a really big advocate, and I think in my old law review article from 30 years ago, I was really calling for the repeal of that legislation. And that's what happened in Iowa. What Steve pointed out was the Sac and Fox, the Meskwaki were successful in going back to Congress. That law is almost literally the same as 232 that was repealed. But what that nation did was that they had developed their whole police force. They had a whole Western style law enforcement system, soup to nuts. We haven't talked about it much, but there's quite a bit of federal money for nations that take federal money to support self-government in that direction to be able to provide that law enforcement service. I don't know whether your nation does, Judge Garrow, receive federal money for that purpose. And they were able to build, they had deputization and alliances with the sheriff and the state. And they eventually were successful in having the state support the legislation. So politically, from a lobbying perspective, I mean, if you're dealing with a state government and the state government is fighting you and opposed to you, it's going to be pretty hard to get a bill through Congress. Because every one of those states have 2 senators. And at minimum, that's a problem. So they were all working together in the Iowa situation. The governor supported it, legislature passed a resolution of support. But one of the things we have to bake into the reality is Iowa is not New York. And I hope we've shared with you just a little bit of the history and the reality of 400 years of this. And I find it amazing. I'm not a pure trained historian, but I find it amazing how the state is able to generate itself. We generate our own children, our grandchildren, but somehow the state, even though they're not by blood related, somehow behave all the same way, going back 400 years in terms of this thirst for control over our people and our lands and what's going on, taking our money, etc. It seems to be a New York affliction, and that's going to make it really hard to sort of talk about repeal. But the other thing about repeal and why I think the 30-year older self, I live like some of you, in our Haudenosaunee territory. I want to be safe. I don't want to have to deal with some of the threats that we've been seeing. We had elders out at Cattaraugus territory just a few months ago, home invasion. People went into his house, beat him up. And that's just kind of unheard of, that kind of offensive behavior is occurring. And so I think a flat out repeal, if we could do it tomorrow, invites something quite frightening. Is how are we going to be safe? The sheriff could no longer be there. The state police could no longer be there. And some of our nations don't have police. So what's going to happen? And as much as I support, just in my own nation, but I think many of you in your nations, are we really ready to handle that responsibility, like that? So my proposal is that it's a project to work on. Every one of our nations is different. And I really applaud Councilor Seneca's invitation for us to work together better. I'm just a private citizen right now, in terms of like you, I care, I want to offer, share, we all do, but it's something that's going to take a lot of work to do it. And I think it probably involves this idea of deputizations, of working on like non-Indian, at some level, law enforcement should be rational because crime is like a virus. It doesn't just live within a particular box or a particular territory. The drug problem is fluid in terms of where it moves around. And agreements have evolved in Indian country, but they also exist outside of Indian country. And ideally, state police, federal police, tribal police, county police can and should work together to be able to provide sort of seamless law enforcement subject to the control of those governments that have it. That'd be sort of the ideal. And I think the example that we heard from the Onondaga Nation is really a good example of that in terms of a long-standing practical solution working with the sheriffs. that's come up a little bit, just to sort of tease it out a little bit more in the conversation. My brother probably has a lot of good stories about the tension that even exists between the Cattaraugus County Sheriff's or the Sheriff's Department and the state police. And one of the things that's pretty obvious that I learned when we had the Seneca Nation Police Force for 3 years in the early 90s, somehow the council put me in charge as the administrator. I was not the chief of police, but I learned way more than I wanted to about law enforcement. But it's hard. It's a hard function of government. And the troopers that we saw in the video, you listen to the guy's accent, Major Myers, he's from Brooklyn or somewhere. We're in New York State with New York City with a whole bunch of folks who think they're going to another planet when they get sent to go deal with, they're thinking Indian wars. And after the 92 war, that has rippled through the state police ranks in terms of, literal Indian fighting. I've got a fake state police merit badge. I'll put it on the somewhere. I'll get it to you guys to see. But it was a fake service badge. It has 3 burning tires on it. 7. Troopers were handing around to one another for those who were in our territories fighting our people, because it happened to get in 97. But those guys, they rotate through. They send the young ones up there to go, and they're scared to death, probably at least half the time when they're dealing with the Indians. And yet the sheriffs, I got to give a little bit of props to, because a sheriff is an elected official locally. And sometimes that can be bad. Sometimes you can have people who know you too well and they don't like you. But sometimes a sheriff is just a good retail politician and understands people and understands they have to work with people. And they're local. And what Drew said about our sheriff is he's literally from our town. And he grew up with Senecas. And I think he's a good person fundamentally in terms of he understands how to try to help people and solve problems. And you can't say that about every human, but it's an example where even at Onondaga, it sounds like, as over the decades have evolved, one of the takeaways from your experience was that you have that flexibility. You have someone who will listen and that you can work with in your nation, the county sheriff, that you don't necessarily at all have with the state. And even in the St. Regis Mohawk example, I think the fact that your officers are deputized, the other side of your comment was that the state police kind of disappeared as the actual deputized officers of the state. And I think that was also a really good takeaway of, is that worth it? Is it good to have that kind of solution? So I want to open it up for just a couple of minutes for any thoughts, reactions, suggestions, ideas for future work on this issue if you're interested. But I know it's been a long day. We've been here for 4 hours, and I really applaud the folks who've been hanging with us online. But any thoughts or ideas at this point? Okay, if you say no, we'll take questions by email. We'll try to figure out some way to really have a good repository of the Zoom link for the video, some of the presentations, some of the research documents, so that those of you who are interested can keep studying on this. Sir.
I came here, with JC, and I work with JC, and I've just been learning more and more about, these issues. But from my background in communication and working with the media, from what I've heard here and what I see is one of your goals, I would recommend, I applaud JC on his idea of bringing the nations together here in New York State for meetings. I used to be in minor league baseball, and we would get our team, all of the minor league teams together every year. And that communication among each other, we're not competing against them, but their ideas gave us greater ideas on how we could improve our team. What you all could do here in New York State is help in communication, especially with what your brother said, that drug problem is not only in your area, but it's everywhere. And we've got to get our arms around it. But as far as your issue here, I think if you bring together a smaller group to talk about a communication plan from the nations to the state and getting the media behind your message could really help bring them to the table to get some change, hopefully. Or at least have them answer to the media as why they're not going to do the change.
I mean, that's certainly consistent with the times when our nations were together. As mentioned in terms of the attack, when we're under attack, we all seem to be responding well together. And the reality is this is a 75-year attack. And it's really a 400-year attack. And I think, thinking of it that way, how do we get back more control over it is going to be future discussion. I know what I can commit to. I definitely want to get more information, get that research. There's got to be data, and I'm pretty sure it doesn't say how many Indians did we wrongfully arrest, in terms of what that data looks like. So it requires some research and some digging. But I think also a professional advocate over my lifetime, one of the things, this is good for the law students especially, is try to come up with some ideas for solutions. Because you can take 100 folks in a room, all with great ideas, but it's hard to get action. And I think having specific proposals, even, what does an amendment to 232 look like? What's the kind of amendment that you could come up with that would suit the self-responsibility, self-policing, self-governance of every one of our Haudenosaunee nations, give flexibility and choice. And that's why I thought it was really good for Steve to bring this out in terms of change has been happening out in the world, except here in New York. We're stuck with this control model that was set 75 years ago. And yet violence against women jurisdiction, I don't know, is your not exercise, it's a power that's out there that you could exercise that you're not. So there's more loosening, if you will, of these restrictions. And then, many of our nations, have to have a lot of different variation in terms of where we're at, where we want to be. And of course, it's going to be tied to leadership. So leadership discussions are going to be critical if we get that far in terms of what's good for, Tonawanda is not going to be good for, Onondaga and vice versa. It's going to have to be responsive to that. I'm going to invite close of our meeting, if we could briefly. Steve?
Isso são gol.
Steve? Very good. This is our way. We need to conclude the meeting.
Yeah.
All right, thank you all for being here. Discussion.
Hey, JC, your job description for your class